Hello, my name is Jim, and I'm here today from Eaton Prep for our full review of the May 2021 SAT. We will be going over the entire test, the reading, writing and language, no calculator math, and calculator permitted math sections. If you find this review helpful, please like and subscribe. Also, be sure to check out our website at eatonprep.com. That's EATONPREP.com. And message us that you are interested in online SAT preparation, either through our web form or email. Without further ado, let's dive right into section 1 of the reading test, which always begins with the literature passage. So you have an hour and 5 minutes to complete the reading test. There are 52 questions on this test, and the first passage has 10 questions. So this is from Before We Visit the Goddess. It is 1973, and Bella and Sanjay have recently moved to the United States. Bishu, Sanjay's friend and mentor since childhood, helped arrange their move. So let's jump into the first question. So the question says, the narrator indicates that Bella perceives Sanjay as what? And then we have a few answers to choose from. So let's see if we can rule out some of these answer choices and then perhaps select the correct one. So let's look at some answer choices that are perhaps incorrect. Does Bella perceive Sanjay as showing too little ambition to move forward in his profession? That's not contained in the passage. Is he choosing to be somewhat secretive about his plans for the house? That's not in the passage. Does she perceive Sanjay as allowing Bishu to distract him from important chores at home? I don't see a mention of what those chores would be within the passage. However, answer choice A, right in line 15, we see Bella perceiving Sanjay as yielding too readily to Bishu's guidance in professional matters. I'm going to highlight that part so you can see it. So let's go right up there. She hated how, at such times, Sanjay, though otherwise masterful, just last week he had fought with a neighbor who had parked in their spot, making him remove his car, regressed into a teenagerous deference. Yes, Bishuda. You're right, Bishuda. I should be careful about what I say to my supervisor. So this is the perception from Bella. Perhaps Sanjay is diminishing himself and putting himself into a position that he shouldn't, according to Bella. So Bella perceives this as being perhaps childish, adolescent behavior. Okay, let's look at number 2. Which choice provides the best evidence for the idea that Bella is able to quickly communicate her feelings to Sanjay? And I think at this point, the narrator explains almost a husband and wife code. I'm going to see if I can find these lines. So the correct answer for for number 2 is answer choice C. I'm going to highlight these lines so you can see exactly where you hear this. You see this husband and wife code at work here. So lines 20 to 24. So Bella looked at her husband. Why, she asked in wordless husband-wife code. Didn't you tell me this great news? Why do I have to hear it from a stranger? So she's surprised by the idea of some mysterious great news, and we already know that although she's grateful to Bishu, she can't help but being annoyed by him. So that's the best evidence for the idea that they can communicate silently. It's this husband and wife code. So that one was answer choice C for question 2. And number 3, Bishu's remarks concerning Bella's cooking primarily serve which function? I'm going to highlight these lines so you can see what's going on here. So this is Bishu talking. He says, that fried fish was quite fine, but the cauliflower curry could have done with a little more coriander. So a compliment, but also a suggestion, a criticism. What effect does this have on you, the reader. She resents this. And he continues to advise Sanjay about his career. So let's go through some answer choices and see if we can eliminate some of these. So it says, Bishu's remarks concerning Bella's cooking primarily serve which function? Okay, so what about answer choice C? Let's just see if we can eliminate some answer choices. Do his remarks, I'm going to highlight this because it's his remarks, not his behavior. Do his remarks suggest that he lacks refinement? Not necessarily. It's the belching, perhaps. So I'm going to make a note here. Not with the highlighter. I'm going to make a note with the pen. His remarks, not the belch. Not the belch. So C is out. We're interested in his remarks, not the belch, or his manners or lack thereof. We're not at that part of the passage. D, does it indicate that he has fond memories of Bella's cooking in India? We don't know this. So D is out. It's not contained in the passage. We don't know it. Can only go with what's in the passage. So do Bishu's remarks concerning the food, the coriander, do they highlight the extent to which Bella depends on him for advice? Or does it just demonstrate his freedom he feels in his friend's home? It demonstrates the freedom that he feels in his friend's home. It's almost a feeling of entitlement. I think they do use that word. He can drop in unannounced whenever he likes. Let's find this part just to look at it. Yeah, Bishu felt entitled. So a sense of entitlement. He drops in unannounced. He makes criticism of the food. So this demonstrates his freedom that he feels within his friend's home. And it irritates Bella, right? Moves the story along a little bit. Let's look at 4. The comparison in lines 28 through 29 has which effect? I'm going to highlight this part. Let's look at this, 28 through 29. All right, the words swooshed around in Bella's head like wild birds. So in this story, Sanjay reveals something. He reveals the big secret. We're buying a house. And the words swoosh around in Bella's head like wild birds. So we have a simile here with the word like. So words are swooshing around in Bella's head almost as we would expect blood to be rushing to her brain, but it's words. So kind of a picture there. What effect would this image have? Let's look at 4. So let's see if we can eliminate some answer choices. Perhaps we can eliminate some wrong answer choices. All right. Does it hint at Bella's excitement at the prospect of living in the countryside? First of all, are they interested in purchasing a house in the countryside? They mention it's tract housing in the Bay Area. So A is out. I'm not getting a picture of a country house. I'm getting a picture of tract housing in the Bay Area, San Francisco area. A is out. B, does it convey Bella's immediate suspicion of Bishu's motives? This one is out, especially because of this word immediate. We don't learn that Bishu plans on renting out the house with his friends. We don't learn this until line 54. And we're only at line 28, 29. So B is out. There's no suspicion. We don't know Bishu's motives, but it's out anyway. Does it represent Bella's anxiety that her hopes will never be realized? Is it that hopeless? I don't think so. It's really just highlighting the intensity of Bella's unsuspected joy. I get the picture of blood rushing to her brain, birds rushing to her brain. I think that's excellent. So it highlights the intensity of this feeling at the moment. Let's move on to 5. It can be reasonably inferred from the passage that Bella's initial thoughts about Sanjay's announcement are prompted by her what? Well, with this type of question, I think we should just find Sanjay's announcement, Sanjay's initial announcement where he says we're buying a house. Let's look right there and let's see what immediately follows and see if it goes with any of these answer choices. So right here, this is where Sanjay makes the reveal. A boyish grin split open Sanjay's face. We're buying a house. Immediately after the part I read about the words swooshing around in her brain, here's what follows. That was her secret dream, a house of her own. She had lived in a house only once in her childhood, a magical sprawling place in Assam. Her father was still alive then. She remembered walking with him in the mango grove, gathering golden fruit from the ground. So these are all childhood images that immediately follow Sanjay's reveal. I believe that's an answer choice. Let's find it. For number 5. So it can easily be inferred from the passage. Right after Sanjay's announcement, her initial thoughts go to memories of a cherished time from her childhood, which is answer choice A. What about answer choice B? Knowledge that her father would approve of her owning the house. That's not in the passage. So it's out. Can only go with what's in the passage. C, a longing to return to the security of her childhood. Do we know anything about the insecurity of her current position? We know they don't own the house, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they lack security. Do we get the sense that she's regressing to some kind of childhood state? I don't think so. I think it's more A than C. Is there any skepticism regarding Bishu's skills as a businessman? I don't think so. So, although Abele is a little annoyed, obviously, by Bishu and his mannerisms, dropping in whenever he feels like it, criticizing the food, perhaps she even dislikes how Sanjay interacts with Bishu and the constant deference to him, the yes Bishu da, you're right, the no Bishu da. But there's no skepticism regarding Bishu's skills as a businessman contained within the passage. That's not in the passage. We can only go with what's in the passage. And even more, we know they were political leaders. Sorry, political leaders. A little hard to write on this tablet, the glass. So if they were political leaders, is there any reason to think that Bishu or Sanjay is particularly incompetent? I'm going to say D's out. They were leaders in politics. Sorry, it's kind of messy to read that. It's just answer choice A. Moving on. Question 6. So here's a vocabulary question. This is how they test vocabulary on the SAT. They test it in context. They'll give you a question like this. They'll say, okay, as used in line 37, how does this word function? How is it used in context? And for this type of question, I always use the strategy, read the answer choices back into the sentence. Always try this strategy. So be sure to read the answer choices back into the sentence. 3 of them won't work. They will produce gibberish sentences. 1 of them will work, and it just has to. That's the way the SAT works. There will be 1 right answer and 3 wrong answers. So read the answer choices back into the sentence, eliminate the gibberish answer choices, and focus on the correct answer choice. Find the correct answer choice. So I am looking for the word unreasonable in line 37. Let's take a look at it. All right, here is line 37. She hadn't told Sanjay because it was an unreasonable longing. Owning a house. With her earning only minimum wage and loans, so many of them. So it was an unreasonable longing. So now I will read the words they give us back into the sentence in the place of unreasonable. Only 1 of them will work. The other ones, it'll be clear quite quickly which ones are incorrect. Let's try it. So let's try the first. The first one they give us is excessive. So, and I hope you understand that this is how they write this type of question. The College Board, they have dictionaries on their desks. They know that the word unreasonable can mean different things. It could mean excessive. He used unreasonable, the police officer used unreasonable force. He used excessive force. Unreasonable could also mean unrealistic. I don't think that your plan is realistic, feasible. It's unreasonable, it's unrealistic. So just be aware that they just pick different dictionary definitions for this word and they kind of mix them up. Only one of them will work within the sentence. That's how they design this type of question if you're curious. So let's just read the word excessive back in the sentence and see if it makes any sense. Let's try this first one. She hadn't told Sanjay because it was an excessive longing. With her with her earning only minimum wage in loans, so many of them. So was it excessive? It's not quite, doesn't quite fit. Wouldn't be an excessive. There's something that fits a little more logically, so I'm going to cross it off. Let's try moody. Perhaps moody makes sense. She hadn't told Sanjay because it was in moody longing. Did that just happen? Yeah, I don't think that works. I mean, especially considering the word and there, we can't move. It's out. What about unusual? Was it just an unusual longing, or is there something that fits a little bit better? She hadn't told Sanjay because it was an unusual longing. So abnormal. Is this abnormality? I don't think so. It's just an unreasonable longing. It doesn't make logical sense. How could they possibly own a house with her only making minimum wage and the loans, so many of them? It just doesn't make plausible sense. And of course we realize that down here when she says they can't afford it. All right, so let's try something that does make sense. Let's try, unrealistic. The word I read in there last does make sense. So it's an unrealistic goal, an unreasonable goal in that sense, illogical perhaps. They don't make enough money, but she still feels this longing, this desire to own a home. So 6 was B. And now to 7. According to the passage, Bella objects to the plan of buying a house, and I just mentioned why. Here it is. Put an arrow there. We can't afford it. That's the number one reason, right her first, right out of her mouth, that's the reason. We can't afford it. So let's find an answer choice that goes with that. I think it's answer choice D. She and Sanjay lack the necessary funds. Bishu will probably want to live in the house too. We know that's incorrect. They're planning on renting it out. The house in the photograph does not resemble her childhood home. That's not in the passage. She resents that Bishu made the decision without first consulting Sanjay. That's not in the passage. We can only go with what is in the passage. This is in the passage. This is the first thing that she says. We don't have the money. Let's look at 8. It can be reasonably inferred from the passage that Sanjay and Bishu believe their chances of purchasing a house will be helped by what? And we have some options for this. Is it A, their willingness to make repairs to the house themselves? B, the strength of the real estate market where they live? C, Bishu's connections within the local business community? Or D, the skills both men developed as political leaders in India? So I think D is out. That was kind of a minor little detail that was in there. I mean, it does tell us something about the men, but it cannot be reasonably inferred from the passage just by that detail that Sanjay and Bishu both believe that their chances of purchasing a house will be influenced by the fact that they used to be political leaders. Now it's out. Okay, so some of these other answer choices are quite tempting, and I personally think that this is the hardest question in this section, 8 and 9, because this is a double question. So if you miss 8, you're probably going to miss 9. If you miss 9, you're probably going to miss 8. It's because we have to find the evidence for this question. And the hardest part about this question right here, Sanjay and Bishu. That's the difficult part here. Both of them. So it can be reasonably inferred from the passage that both of them believe their chances of purchasing a house will be helped by one of these. And it's not their willingness to make repairs to the house themselves. We're going to see why it's not A if you picked A in a second. It's not B, the strength of the real estate market where they live. And we'll see why it's not B in a second. If you pick B, it's a very tempting answer choice. I think this is the hardest question in this passage, or the hardest question in this section. It's Bishu's connections with the local business community. The passage does say that both Sanjay and Bishu believe that Bishu's connections with the local business community will help their chances of purchasing a house. And now we have to find the evidence for this question. And that's why this is a tricky question. So, all right, I said it's not the repairs, the painting of the house, it's not the real estate market. And why? We can eliminate those. We can eliminate A and B with 9. Let's look at the evidence that we have to support the answer to the previous question. Let's look at answer choice A. Let's start with A. Maybe it is A. Let's read lines 55 through 60. Does this refer to both gentlemen or just one of them? 55 through 60. Okay. Right here. All the way up to 60. We're pulling our savings for the down payment. We'll rent it out. The rent will cover the monthly mortgage. Property values increase fast in the Bay Area. In a few years, we can sell it or take out a second mortgage and buy another home. So, was that both gentlemen talking about their chances, their investment? Is this good evidence? Were we wrong about this? Is it the real estate market in the Bay Area? Nope. Why? That's only Bishu speaking. So because that's only him and not both Sanjay and Bishu, it's the wrong answer choice. That's why this is perhaps the hardest question for this section. Okay, what about answer choice C? Oh, and I think I already crossed off D, because I said this fact that there used to be political leaders. Neither of them are basing their chances on purchasing a house in the United States on the fact that they used to be political leaders in India. It's just not in the passage. That's really reaching. But I still think this is a really hard double question. This is a double question after all. Because what about painting the house? Was that a strategy? I crossed off B for this one. But what about the idea that they might paint the thing, that they might repair this property? Well, who is speaking this portion of the passage? This is kind of like around line 70. I'm going to find it here. Okay, they could do the painting themselves, couldn't they, and save money? Who is asking this rhetorical question? Is it Sanjay? Is it Bishu? Can we tell? It seems like they're having a conversation. The house needs new carpets. The rooms had to be painted so they could charge more rent. But who is speaking? I don't know who is speaking. I don't know which one of them are speaking. Clearly, it's not both of them who are saying this. We needed both Sanjay and Bishu. We needed a statement from both of them. Something about their chances of purchasing the house would be helped by one of these things. So it's not the repairs to the house. Both of them are not mentioning this. We don't know really who is. It's just a rhetorical question without really an attribution of who's speaking. This one is just answer choice B. Both men speak here. Both make this claim here. I'm going to read these lines. Let's read 61 through 66 and see if this shows both Sanjay and Bishu believe their chances of purchasing the house will be helped by Bishu's connections within the local business community. 61 through 66. So here we are. I'm just going to get rid of that one so we don't get confused. 61 through 66, right here. All through dinner, the men discussed the things they'd have to do. Men, plural. They discussed negotiating with the realtor, who was known to Bishu, bring down the price, get the loan. Thank goodness Bishu knew an agent, because otherwise they wouldn't qualify. Advertise for a tenant. There you go. So that's evidence that Bishu and Sanjay believe their chances of purchasing a house will be helped by Bishu's connections within the local business community. I found the evidence as a double question for question 9. So we're on to 10. Question 10. This is the last question for this passage. What is the main purpose of the last paragraph of the passage? So they will test you on main ideas, both at the paragraph level and at the passage level. And at the paragraph level, we typically think of main ideas. These sort of things often are contained in topic sentences. So what is the main point of this last paragraph of the passage? Let's look and see if we can eliminate some of answer choices. We're just looking at this last little bit here. And finally, she would have a house of her own. She has a plan. She develops a plan, right? So what is the main point of this passage? And what's the main purpose of this passage? Let's just go through some answer choices. Perhaps we can eliminate some of these. Does it describe how Bella's preoccupation with her thoughts keeps her from sharing the other's excitement? That's not in the passage. That's not in the paragraph. It's just not in there. So there's no information saying that her preoccupation with her thoughts is keeping her from sharing the other's excitement. It's out. We can only go with what's in the passage. Okay, are we given a concrete example of Bella's ability to save money by limiting costly luxuries? I don't think we can go this far. The closest you might be able to get would be to talk about the Polaroid photos. So sure, film is expensive, but are we get any indication that she is purposely foregoing luxuries as a sacrifice in order to save up for this new house? No, we know her strategy. Her strategy is to get a new job. So we don't have an example of her pinching pennies, really. Does it explain why Bella's resentment about Bishu's interference begins to outweigh her gratitude for his generosity? Wow, I think we've gone too far. So sure, Bishu may annoy Bella. And sure, Bella's planning on buying Bishu out of the property. That's understood. But resentment about Bishu's interference, words like resentment and interference are too strong, they've gone too far, they're too negative, and they don't adequately describe what's going on in the passage. So if you selected answer choice C, you're not going with what's in, you just have to focus on the material that's located within the passage and bring in no outside evidence. Just go with what is in the passage. So we can't go with C, it's too far, it's too negative, it doesn't adequately describe Bella's feelings for Bishu or their interaction, their relationship. It's just D. So we've outlined Bella's emerging strategy for achieving her dream to live in her new house. What's the plan? Buy out Bishu. So we know the plan, she has a plan, and this is the most correct answer. This makes the most logical sense in the context of the passage. Okay, so we're already done with the first passage. Let's move on to the next one. And this one's by Pope Leo VIII. So every SAT has what they call a global conversation passage. So they adapt them from, it could be a political passage, but in this case it's by a pope. But they just say that they pertain to notions such as freedom, democracy, liberty. I've seen Gettysburg Address on these before. We've seen Lincoln Douglas debates on these SAT passages. This one's interesting in that it's from a pope. We've seen passages by suffragettes, former slaves, but this one's from a pope. So it says this passage is adapted from Pope Leo VIII. This was originally published in 1891. So we have questions 11 through 20 to answer from information from this passage. So let's take a look at it. Let's start with 11. Okay. Based on the passage, Leo VIII would be most likely to agree that the economic conditions of his era attest to which basic relationship? Let's see if we can go through some of these answer choices and eliminate them if they're not contained within the passage. That's step one. So let's look at answer choice A. Modifications to the laws regulating the economy heighten tensions between employers and workers. He doesn't mention this. Not in the passage. It's not in the passage, so it's hard for me to agree. It's hard for me to believe that he would most likely agree with this statement because there's no evidence of it within his passage. Let's choose something that maybe he would agree with, that he does state in other words. What about C? Competition between businesses in a particular sector of the economy influenced the morale of the workers in that sector. Sorry, this one's out for the same reason as answer choice A. That's simply not in the passage. Maybe you read a different passage than I did. I don't think that Leo VIII would agree with this statement because there's nothing similar within the passage, so it's out. Measures meant to protect workers from economic exploitation have the unintended effect of encouraging such exploitation. I don't think that he would most likely agree with that. He would most certainly agree with this. Answer choice B. Social inequality worsens as the economy increasingly comes under the control of a select group of business men. I'm just going to read the first sentence of the passage. Why not? It has come to pass that working men have been surrendered, isolated and helpless, to the hard-heartedness of employers and the greed of unchecked competition. So, social inequality worsens as the economy increasingly comes under the control of a select group of business people. The rapacious, the usury is lending money at high interest. The covetousness. Pope Leo VIII, unsurprisingly, has a problem with this, right? So the elite are lending money at excessive interest, which is a crime according to the church. Even if it's under a different guise, as a matter, it's still against the church, but with like injustice, still practiced by covetous and grasping men. So they want the possessions of other men. Oh, and how about this? This is the other part of that question. It's concentrated in the hands of comparatively few. So I think we've answered that question. Question 11. Social inequality worsens as the economy increasingly comes under the control of a select few. His words. 12. His words, sorry. 12. Which choice provides the best evidence for the answer to the previous question? I think we have even some... Where did I find that evidence? A through 14? Yeah, I found evidence. See where I found evidence here? That's the evidence we were supposed to find. They wanted you to select all of this. I'm going to read all of it. This is good evidence for the answer to the previous question. Okay, so I'm going to read these lines for question 12. So these are lines 8 through 14. This is answer choice C, the correct answer choice. So this is the best evidence that social inequality worsens as it becomes dominated by a select few. Lines 8 through 14. Let's read the whole thing. To this must be added that the hiring of labor and the conduct of trade are concentrated in the hands of comparatively few, so that a small number of very rich men have been able to lay upon the teeming masses of the laboring poor a yoke little better than that of slavery itself. So they're practically enslaved still. So that is the best evidence for the previous question. Let's move on to 13. Here's a vocab question. Remember to always read the words back into the sentence. It works. Doesn't take very long. Let's try it. And we're looking for the word common in line 19. So let's highlight it. Okay. To remedy these wrongs, the socialists, working on the poor man's envy of the rich, are striving to do away with private property and contend that individual possessions should become the common property of all, to be administered by the state or by municipal bodies. Okay, so let's read some words in the place of this word common. Let's try inferior. Perhaps common can mean inferior. Oh, it's of a common variety. It's the cheap variety. The inferior variety, perhaps. It's commonplace. If it's common, it can't be expensive. If it's common, it would be typical, commonly found in Pennsylvania. Frequency just refers to how often something happens. Let's try reading inferior back in the sentence. Maybe it makes sense. To remedy these wrongs, the socialists, working on the poor man's envy of the rich, are striving to do away with private property and contend that individual possessions should become the inferior property of all. That's incorrect. Yeah, common does not mean inferior here. That would make no sense. We've lost meaning. Common just means that it's held in common. Like communism, like it would be shared property. So inferior is out. Common doesn't mean inferior here. Let's cross it off. Let's try typical. Maybe it means typical. Or sorry, maybe it means, typical. Okay. The poor man's envy of the rich are working on the poor man's envy of the rich. The socialists are striving to do away with private property and contend that individual possessions should become the typical property of all. That doesn't make any sense. We've lost meaning. So if something is typical, it's just characteristic. It's of a type, but I don't know what typical property would be here. It doesn't make any sense. Let's try frequent. This just refers to number, frequency, how often something happens. So I'd be very surprised if frequent works. Let's try it. Is it frequent property? And contend that individual possessions should become the frequent property. What, frequently used? I don't understand it. It's out. It's gibberish. Let's try shared. Perhaps if we have things in common, they're shared, a la communism. Let's try shared. Okay, to remedy these wrongs, the socialists working on the poor man's envy of the rich are striving to do away with private property and contend that individual possessions should become the shared property of all, to be administered by the state or by municipal bodies. And of course, the Pope disagrees with this idea, but the sentence finally makes sense. So if something is shared, it is held in common, and that does work, makes sense, although Leo has issue with the socialists, obviously. Let's move on to 14. According to Leo VIII, the desire to acquire property prompts individuals to do what? To feel envious of others' possessions. And you might be tempted into picking answer choice A. There is earlier on in the passage a mention of covetousness, but that's about the elite few at the top of society. It's not answer choice A. What about C? View work as more dignified than they otherwise would. That's not in the passage. Resist sources of short-lived gratification. That's not in the passage. Really, he just says the desire to acquire property prompts individuals to seek work from an employer. And this happens right around lines 32 to 35. Let's take a look at it. We should see that according to Leo VIII, the desire to acquire property prompts individuals to seek work. Let's see if he does. Does he say anything like this? It is surely undeniable that when a man engages in remunerative labor, that means it would pay him. Remuneration is payment. The impelling reason and motive of his work is to obtain property and thereafter to hold it as his very own. So there you go. There is perfect evidence for the idea that according to Leo VIII, the desire to acquire property prompts individuals to seek work. Not too bad. 15. What's the little estate? We're getting to this part. He refers to the little estate. Let's figure out what that is. Where's the little estate? Here it is. Let me read this bit from the passage. Thus, if he lives sparingly, this is the worker, the he. Thus, if he, the worker, lives sparingly, saves money, and for greater security invests his savings in land, the land in such case is only his wages under another form. And consequently, a working man's little estate, thus purchased, should be as completely at his full disposal as are the wages he receives for his labor. That's Pope Leo VIII's argument here anyway. But what's this little estate? The little estate just refers to the working man's little property. That's all it is. An estate is a property. Our worker here has a little estate. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the uber wealthy, rich, covetous people that we learned about earlier in the passage that are condemned by the church have their massive estates. Our worker has his little estate. Can we find an answer choice that goes with the little estate? What does that refer to? The land or other property owned by a wage earner. It does not refer to any of these other answer choices. They're all incorrect. Let's go on to the next question. So now we're on to 16. Question 16 on the reading. It can reasonably be inferred from the passage that Leo VIII views socialism as being threatening, for which reason? And remember, Leo VIII likes property ownership. So I'm just going to maybe make a note about that. Leo VIII likes property ownership. He feels that workers should be entitled to their little estates. Okay, so I'm guessing that one of these answer choices is going to be a problem. Perhaps Leo VIII is concerned that the socialists will take away your property. I think he does say something like that. Let's look at line 59. Line 59. For every man has by nature the right to possess property as his own. Well, there you go. So Leo VIII feels that people should be able to own property, not just wages. They should be able to own both. They should be able to earn wages or spend those wages on property, however they see fit. The using of their resources is up to them, according to Pope Leo VIII. That's the gist of this passage. He likes property ownership, and he feels that the socialists are threatening the idea of property ownership. So Leo VIII views socialism as threatening to certain conventions and institutions that are indispensable to society. Really, just they're talking about property ownership. So Leo VIII feels that socialism is threatening to property owners because the socialists, of course, grab the land and redistribute the wealth in what they feel is a more fair way. And Pope Leo VIII doesn't agree with this. Let's look at 17. According to Leo VIII, what is one essential aspect of the concept of private property? And he actually talks about this at length for a few sentences. And it's C. The freedom of property holders to determine what they do with their property is important to Leo VIII. I'm going to make a note about that here. Disposal of wages should be up to the individual, according to Leo VIII. Also, disposal of ownership. If it's property. And I'm going to look maybe right around line 46 for some evidence of this. I'm not going to leave you hanging. Let's go look for some evidence. Line 46. All right, so this was back to that a little thought experiment we have with the worker. Thus, if he lives sparingly, saves money, he acquires a little estate, thus purchased, a working man's little estate, thus purchased, should be as completely Maybe I'll just highlight this. Sounds like perfect evidence for what I'm talking about. Should be as completely at his full disposal as are the wages he receives for his labor, but is precisely in such power of disposal that ownership obtains whether the property consists of land or chattels. Socialists, therefore, by endeavoring to transfer the possessions of individuals to the community at large, strike at the very interests of the wage earner, the property owner, right? So that's Leo VIII's argument right there in a nutshell. The freedom of property holders to determine what to do with the property is important. We're talking about disposal of wages. You're free to spend the wages as you feel fit, but you're also free to do with your property as you see fit. That's the idea here. And answer choice A, B, and D, they are not in the passage. But I found evidence. I found this in the passage, so I can at least point to that one. These ones are out. No evidence. 18. Leo VIII implies that those who wish to abolish the ownership of private property fail to recognize that such ownership is beneficial. Okay, I'm going to reread that again. Leo VIII implies that those who wish to abolish the ownership of private property so the socialists, they fail to recognize that such ownership is beneficial. Is it beneficial because of answer choice A? Does it promote a single set of values among the wealthy and the working class alike? You know what? It's not in the passage. So no matter how much we like it, how much we want to pick answer choice A, I can only go with what's in the passage. It's out. I could find nothing like that in the passage. Okay. Do the socialists, the people who wish to abolish the ownership of private property, do they fail to recognize that such ownership is beneficial because it induces workers to feel content with the compensation they receive for their labor? That's not in the passage. Does it, D, help to ensure that the various social classes live in harmony with one another? I challenge you, go try to find in the passage where he talks about the various social classes living in harmony with each other. Pope Leo VIII does not talk about that. It's out. Really, he implies that those who wish to abolish the ownership of private property, certain socialists, fail to recognize that such ownership is beneficial in that it provides members of the working class a means to improve their circumstances. This is in the passage almost verbatim. I'm going to find out how he states it, because I have to for the next question. I have to find I have to find the evidence. So this is one of those double questions. If you miss 18, you're going to miss 19. Where is the evidence? It's here. I'm going to read the evidence. The evidence for the previous question is contained in lines 50 through 56. I'm going to read about these socialists here. So this should be evidence that land ownership is beneficial in that it provides members of the working class a means to improve their circumstances. 50 through 56. Let's take a look. Okay, socialists, therefore, by endeavoring to transfer the possessions of individuals to the community at large, strike at the interests of every wage earner, since they would deprive him of, here's the part, liberty of disposing of his wages. We know that's important. And thereby of all, here's the part we're talking about, all hope and possibility of increasing his resources, bettering his position, bettering his condition in life. And that is exactly what the previous question was asking for. Find me evidence that working class members can improve their circumstances through property ownership. I just did. So if you got 18, you got 19, and you're trucking along, let's look at 20. The last paragraph, why discuss animal creation versus human creation? So this is just the notion, and obviously this is a pope, but this is the notion that human beings have greater capacity than animals. So because we can acquire property, we should. It's kind of a strange argument if you think about it. But let me just look at that paragraph so you can see. There's plenty of evidence for this. So we're just in the final paragraph here. He's just comparing human beings to animals. So I'll just skim through it just so you see what I'm talking about. Okay, this is one of the chief points of distinction between man and the animal creation. For the brute has no power of self-direction. Cows can't farm, but humans can. It is the mind or reason which is the predominant element in us who are human creatures. It is this which renders a human being human and distinguishes him essentially from the brute. And on this very account, that man alone has enough reason to own property is the reason why man should own property. Strange argument, but I'm going to go with it. I'm just going with what Leo says, and that's what he says. So that is answer choice A. Yeah, A. Oh, I'm on highlighter still. All right, so what's the difference between beasts and man? Ownership, I guess. This isn't in there. The idea of keeping animals as property is not contained within the passage, although it's interesting. And that's not in the passage. But that is a key difference between humans and animals. So because we have reason, animals lack reason, we should use it, we should own property. They obviously can't. I don't know. It's interesting. It's historic. That's the global conversation passage for this SAT. Now we are moving on to questions 21 through 31. And I believe this is a science passage. And it may contain a chart. Yeah, it does. So we'll have to use this chart for a question or two, maybe. Figures 1 and 2. We have a couple figures. All right, so it says this passage is adapted from Matthew Savoca. The oceans are full of plastic, but why do seabirds eat it? Interesting. All right, so the first question for this passage will be question number 21. Let's jump over there. Okay, and maybe I want to review a term just because it's been a while since we read this passage. DMS is just... Maybe I'll just read a little bit from the passage just so we know what we're talking about. Right up here. Dimethyl sulfide. So it's a natural scented sulfur compound that seabirds can smell, and it smells like food to them. It can also come from plastics that break down, and the seabirds eat the plastic. So dimethyl sulfide. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned the compound correctly. Okay, first question, 21. According to the passage, the ability to detect dimethyl sulfide is useful to seabirds because dimethyl sulfide what? So which would be useful to the answer choice? A. Would it be useful for the seabirds if they use their DMS detecting ability to find large amounts of plastic? No, I can't think of any use that the birds may have for large amounts of plastic. That would not be useful to the birds. It's out. They're not finding uses for plastic. C. Does it indicate the concentrations of algae are especially high? Would that be useful? Would it be useful for the birds to use their dimethyl sulfide detecting ability to discover algae? No, they don't eat the algae. They eat the krill. So they eat the krill that feed on the algae. So it wouldn't be very helpful necessarily if a seabird uses its dimethyl sulfide detecting ability to find algae, because they don't eat algae, they eat krill. Which is answer choice D, the right answer. Yeah, so they eat krill, not algae. What about B? Would the dimethyl sulfide detecting ability facilitate seabirds' ability to navigate in heavy fog? That's not in the passage. I don't know how you come up with that one. It's just not in the passage. You can only go with what's in the passage. 22 is used in line 22. Contained most nearly means what? Here's a vocab question. Let's look at line 22. Let's see how the word contained is used. Oh, here it is. All right, so I'm going to read the sentence as written first, and then I'm going to modify it, reading in those answer choices, and let's just see which one works. 3 of them will produce gibberish. 1 of them will make sense. I guarantee you. This database contained information from over 20,000 birds of more than 70 species. I'm just going to try to sub in different words for the word contained. And they just have dictionaries on their desks. So to contain something means to control it. They contain the wild animal. It can mean to include something. I contain within my report a graphic on that, a graphic on what you're talking about. I'm not sure. I'm just coming up with this extemporaneously. Containment. We've contained the infection. Limited, contained it that way. Could contained mean accommodated? I don't know. Let's try reading some answer choices back into the sentence. Let's try controlled. This database controlled information from over 20,000 birds. Controlled? I don't think that quite fits. Controlled the information? Not quite. They pick words that almost make sense. I call them near words. They try to make the sentence almost work, I think, with some of these words. So just watch out for them. Control doesn't quite fit. Let's try limited. This database limited information from limited. Limited means to reduce. To limited to over 20,000 doesn't make any sense. What about accommodated? Accommodated. Okay. This database accommodated information from over 20,000 birds. Again, the near word. I consider that a near word. Almost, you're accommodating the information? No, not really. You're containing the information. Information is contained, not accommodated. The guests had an accommodation. The scientists contained the data within a database. It's just, perhaps it's idiomatic. It just makes way more sense to me, the fact that scientists included information, or information is contained within this database, not accommodated. We're not referring to accommodations of any kind I can think of. Okay, let's look to 23. It can be reasonably inferred from the passage that prior to the studies conducted by the author in Nevitt, research on tube-nosed seabirds must have identified something. And I've noticed a couple of things that I've seen that they must have noticed, but they must have noticed one of these, A, B, C, or D, for this passage to make any sense at all. And that's the idea that they must have determined exactly the amount that the seabirds can smell, which is answer choice A. The dimethyl sulfide level that tube-nosed seabirds can smell. So I'm just going to restate this. They would have to know that for the first bit I'm going to read for you to make any sense, and even I think a later part. So let's look at this. I'm like right around line 24. So talking about the database. This database contained information from over 20,000 over 20,000 birds of more than 70 species. The database showed that species of birds that use dimethyl sulfide as a foraging cue eat plastic nearly 6 times as frequently as species that are not attracted to the smell of dimethyl sulfide while foraging. So here we have a foraging cue. That's one little bit of evidence that shows that they must know the amount of dimethyl sulfide level that tube-nosed seabirds can detect. There's another part later in the passage where they also reveal this for the other study. The was this a Nesmith study? Nevitt study, sorry. Later on in the passage, right here. Sulfur compounds have a very distinct odor. To humans, they smell like rotten eggs or decaying seaweed on the beach, but to some species of seabirds, dimethyl sulfide smells delicious. Here we go. We found levels of dimethyl sulfide that were higher than normal background concentrations, so we know what just the normal amount is in the environment, well above levels that tube-nosed seabirds can detect. So that's the other bit of evidence that I was looking for. So between these two bits of evidence here, you should have enough to answer this question and realize that it is answer choice A. The evidence is contained in lines 50 through 53. Yeah, those were the lines I was reading from. I'm going to highlight them though. We found, this is the next question. This is one of those double questions. If you missed the previous question, of course you're going to miss the next question. All right, we found levels of DMS that were higher than normal background concentrations in the environment and well above levels that tube-nosed birds, seabirds can detect and use to find food. Okay, so it smells like food, but maybe it's coming from plastic. That is bad. Okay. So there's the evidence for that question. 24 was answer choice C. 25. According to the author, the research he did with Nevitt is valuable because the results indicate what? I'm just going to go through some answer choices and let's see if we can eliminate some of these answer choices. What about answer choice A? Nevitt is okay. The research he did with Nevitt is valuable because the results indicate that seabirds only recently acquired. Seabirds only recently acquired the ability to identify food through the use of olfaction as a foraging cue. That's not in the passage. I have no idea where they came up with that. There's no evidence in the passage that this is a recently acquired ability. So it's out. It's not in the passage, it's out. Let's look at answer choice C. Some populations of surface nesting seabirds are declining. So according to the author, the research he did with Nevitt is valuable because the results indicate that it's not that, and that we know that the seabirds are the surface nesting seabirds, they're actually in better shape than the charismatic seabirds. The ones that are harder to find are declining at a more rapid rate. That's not, according to the author, that's not what the research he did with Nevitt, that's not why the research he did with Nevitt is valuable. It's B. Yeah, answer choice D, this is not in the passage. There's nothing about reversing the process. It's B. The scientific community may have underestimated the danger plastic posed to seabirds because there are two risks. Hopefully you realize that it's B. The one risk is, of course, dimethyl sulfide smells like food. So that's one risk. Smells like food. But what about the other danger? That's the other risk. So we have, it smells like food. Uh-oh. Other problem. Looks like food. So we have two risks. So according to the author, the research he did with Nevitt is valuable because the results indicate both risks. The scientific community may have underestimated the danger plastic poses to seabirds. And I think we have to find some evidence here. Lines. Yeah, so it's both a visual and an olfactory threat. And now, for 25, sorry, 26, says, focus. Which choice best supports the conclusion that a factor other than the presence of DMS can mislead seabirds into consuming plastic? So he does mention that A, it looks like food. Let's find that line 60 through 62 from the passage. So it's not just the dimethyl sulfide that's a problem. If the plastic itself looks like food, let's see if it does. If plastic looks and smells like food, it is more likely to be mistaken for prey than if it just smells like food. So that's, of course, why this is such a bad situation here. Okay, so it not only smells like food, it can look like food. 27. The author's discussion of burrow nesting seabirds in the last paragraph primarily serve which function? So remember, the burrow nesting seabirds are actually at greater risk than the surface nesting seabirds like the albatross, if you remember from the passage. So they do mention that. And I'm going to find that because I found it earlier. It was in line, okay, right around line 72. Let me read from here, and let's see if we can find evidence that the burrow nesting seabirds may be at greater risk than the albatross or the surface nesting seabird. Looking around line 72 for some evidence. Just finding some evidence. Okay, here we go. Ooh, yeah, I'm just going to maybe highlight the last bit of this paragraph. I'm going to read it. This difference matters because populations of hard to observe burrow nesting seabirds are more difficult to count than surface nesting species, so they often are not surveyed as closely. So it's easy to see the albatross. Perhaps it's harder to find these non-charismatic seabirds tucked away, secretive in their burrows somewhere. So there's your evidence for that question. That's D, by the way, sorry. The author's discussion of the burrow nesting seabirds support a claim that certain types of seabirds, the burrow nesting ones, should be observed with perhaps more scrutiny, as they're harder to identify, yet they are more likely to consume plastic. Let's look at 28. As used in line 71, surveyed means what? So I must have highlighted this line. Let's go back there. Maybe I'll just circle it because I already highlighted it. All right, so we are going to read some words back into the sentence in the place of surveyed. Let's see what our answer choices look like. They just have dictionaries at the College Board. That's the same thing you have on your desk, different definitions for the word to survey. Oh, let's see here. He surveyed the landscape and decided where he would make his approach. So to judge something can be to survey it. Oh, he administered a survey and asked 20 people what their favorite color was. He polled them. We surveyed or tracked. Survey can mean tracked. We track something over time. We've surveyed those results. We've surveyed the temperatures throughout February through March. We surveyed those. Just means we've tracked, recorded them. Or we conducted a survey in that sense. So we explored the countryside, a survey. Surveyor is a job some people have to survey things. So what I'm trying to say, there are plenty of definitions for the word survey that mean different things. All they do is they just pick one of them will work, and we have some other words that will be gibberish. But read them back in the sentence. You'll instantly know if you read the word back in the sentence if it makes any sense. So I'm going to read the word judged back in the place of surveyed, and let's see if it makes sense. The difference matters because populations of hard to observe burrow nesting seabirds are more difficult to count than surface nesting species, so they often are not judged as closely. So obviously it wasn't surveyed in the sense of judging them or making a judgment. I'm going to roll that one out immediately. Makes no sense. It's the wrong answer. Okay. I have an idea that they weren't polling these birds, asking them who they were going to vote for, but let's try it. This difference matters because populations of hard to observe burrow nesting seabirds are more difficult to count than surface nesting species, so they often are not polled as closely. That's funny. I'm going to cross it off. If they're not explored as closely, would make no sense. That's nonsense. Let's try tracked. Maybe they were tracking them closely. Let's try that. Does this make any sense? I don't know. Just read the words back in the sentence. It doesn't take very long. Trust me. Very good strategy. This difference matters because populations of hard-to-observe burrow nesting seabirds are more difficult to count than surface nesting species, so they often are not tracked as closely. That makes perfect sense. Now I'm back here and the passage makes sense again. Good. So that one, 28 was answer choice C. Let's move on to 29. Which statement about the data presented in figure 1 is best supported by the passage? Let's take a look here. Let's just go through some answer choices. Maybe we can eliminate some of these. Think about what is logical to you, but let's look at figure 1. Think about what figure 1 could possibly show us, because some of those answer choices might be beyond a simple figure like this. All we have are a few different categories. We have dimethyl sulfide concentration, micrograms dimethyl sulfide per gram of plastic. We have the high density polyethylene, the low density polyethylene. We also have polypropylene, and then we just have 2 buoy locations, and then just overall results there. So think about what figure 1 could show you, what it can't show you as you're answering this, because it probably can't tell you everything. It's a fairly basic chart. All right, so let's look at 29. Would figure 1 show concentrations of dimethyl sulfide on the polypropylene debris would have been highest at the end of the 1 month period in both buoy locations? How would we possibly know that? Did we take any data during the middle of this period when these were out there for the whole month-long time? We have no idea what the concentrations of dimethyl sulfide were like at the time. We know what they were after when it's been taken to a lab, but answer choice A is out. Think about what the graph could possibly, or what the chart could possibly show you. It may be beyond the scope of the answer choice, and I think it is here. How would our graph show us this? Okay. B, surface nesting seabirds would likely have spent more time foraging. All right, so this sounds very hypothetical. So the spider sense is already going off. They would likely have spent more time foraging near buoy location 2 than they would have spent foraging near buoy location 1, presumably because of the dimethyl sulfide. But this answer choice doesn't even claim how we would know this hypothetical information. It's gone. It doesn't make any sense. They're expecting you to think that they would necessarily be at that buoy because it perhaps smells more intense than the other buoy because of the data. That's so hypothetical. I'm tossing it out. You can feel free to throw out nonsensical answers that don't sound scientific. That's what I'm trying to say here. Think about what this could show you versus what they are talking about. I don't know for a fact that these seabirds aren't going to feel that, even though this is a 14.13, that this is particularly delicious. I don't know that for a fact. That's not necessarily how science works. So just be aware your graph can show you certain things, and your chart can show you some things. It can't show you hypotheticals. It's out. All right. What about the sulfur odor of the polypropylene debris at buoy location 1 would have been stronger than the sulfur odor of the low density polyethylene debris at the location? How would we know this? How would we know about the sulfur odor? I mean, we know that they are able to detect this odor when they bring it back to the expensive lab. When they take it to the Robert Mondavi lab, where the big bucks, where the people with the big bucks, the food and wine science at UC Davis, they can determine this. How would we determine this from figure 1? Because it's even lower. You would even be stretching your brain in the wrong direction, because we wouldn't know anything about the sulfur odor from this figure. That buoy location would have been stronger than the sulfur odor of the low density polyethylene debris at that location. it would be smaller. It would be smaller. So I think it would be even the opposite of what you would think. But it's wrong anyway. We couldn't possibly know this from figure 1. Just realize what the chart can show you and what the chart cannot show you. Can't show you hypotheticals. In this case, it would be smaller than the other. It would be. It would probably be less strong if you believed that the data were correct and that that's actually what's going on here. But I think you're abusing this chart if you were to make that determination. It's D. This is the most scientific way of phrasing this. Doesn't jump to any conclusions. It avoids hypotheticals. Trust me, this is a scientific way of phrasing this thought. This is supported by that chart. Our chart does show us this. Dimethyl sulfide sensitive seabirds. See how they're not mentioning the sulfur odor? They actually were just talking about the dimethyl sulfide sensitive seabirds. I can use them as my scientific instrument if I want to. So it's not the sulfur odor. Dimethyl sulfide sensitive seabirds foraging near buoy location 2 would have been more likely to seek out the polypropylene debris than the high density polyethylene debris at that location. So we're looking at buoy location 2. Let's look at the polypropylene debris. That's this one versus okay, so the dimethyl sulfide sensitive seabirds foraging near buoy location 2 would have been more likely to seek out the polypropylene debris than the high density polyethylene debris at that location. So they're more likely to seek out the polypropylene than the polyethylene. Why? Because it's greater than these two combined. So because 14 is greater than approximately 9, we can infer that, I'm going to repeat the whole thing, dimethyl sulfide sensitive seabirds foraging near buoy location 2 would have been more likely to seek out the polypropylene debris than the high density polyethylene debris at that location. So watch out for inferences. Watch out if they're leading you down a trail that just seems like it's a little too far. I'm reaching. They're hypotheticals. I've deviated from this chart entirely. Perhaps it's backwards. You know, just go with what the chart says. They're just basically testing you. Can you read a chart? Can you read a bar graph? Can you read a pie chart if you needed to? Can you compare it to the text? Can you draw some conclusions? All right, 30. According to figure 2, we're on to the other figure. What is the approximate mean percentage of seabirds found eating plastic debris that use dimethyl sulfide as a foraging cue? So now I'm on to, all right, so we want this, and we want, I'm just reading this chart. It says, effects of dimethyl sulfide responsiveness and nesting behavior on plastic ingestion in seabirds. Our y-axis says mean percentage of birds eating plastic debris. And so it says, I'm just going to reread the question. So, according to figure 2, what is the approximate mean percentage of seabirds found eating plastic debris that use dimethyl sulfide as a foraging cue? It's right here, 50%, roughly. So you should answer C for 30 if you read the chart correctly, or if you read the chart correctly. 31, according to figure 1, which buoy location and type of plastic had the highest concentration of dimethyl sulfide? This is an easy question. I like that they left on an easy one. All we have to find is the highest number in the buoy location. So let's look at our chart number 1. I think we already found this. It is, of course, the polypropylene that's located at buoy location 2 with our highest number of 14.13. Could you find polypropylene at location 2? Sure you can. It's right there. So we did it. We found the polypropylene at location 2. We can read a chart. We can prove to the College Board. I can read a simple chart or graph. That's all you have to do. You'll never have to perform any complex math in a writing section. Save that for the math section. You really just have to refer to a chart, refer to the text. Does the text reflect what is contained within the chart? Or can I modify the text to properly reflect what is in the chart? That's all they're testing you on. Do you have that ability? All right, so yes, we can read a chart. College Board, we've proven to the College Board we can read a chart or a graph. All right, now we're on to questions 32 through 42. And we have another passage. Okay, let's look at this passage. I'll read this little beginning bit when it focuses. Focus. Oh, that didn't help. Come on. It'll focus. I know it will. Okay, looks like we have it. So it says this passage is adapted from David Rotman. It pays to be smart. Okay, so with this passage, we have the tech giants. We have Amazon, Facebook, Google, Apple, Walmart. Our researcher calls them superstar companies. These are those massive companies that are at the top of their field, whatever their sector is. They're at the top of their sector. And they all utilize technology to get there. Amazon, Facebook, Google, Apple, Walmart, Tesla. We have tons of examples of these superstar companies. Okay, great. So let's jump right into the first question. Let's look at 32. Okay, essential. It looks like we also have some line graphs we'll have to refer to for this one. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's look at 32. A central idea in the passage is that successful sectors of the modern economy do what? I'm going to read the answer choices. Do they include only companies that are willing to use innovative technologies? I don't think that's in the passage because of this word only. So it's out. What about C? Successful sectors of the modern economy are forecasted to experience faster labor growth than other sectors. Is that in the passage? Nope. What about D? Is this idea in the passage? Successful sectors of the modern economy have access to greater resources than other sectors. The passage does not make that claim. It's just B, and you know where it is? First sentence. Let's read it. Let's read sentence 1. I'm going to find it. So this passage starts off strong on this subject. Here's the first sentence. Our economy is increasingly ruled by a few dominant firms. Those firms I mentioned. So is that answer choice B? Successful sectors of the modern economy have experienced a shift toward the centralization of power by a few companies. That is contained. I think that sentiment is contained in sentence 1. What about even like line 8? What if you can go this far? They appear across a broad range of business sectors and have gained their power, at least in part, by adeptly anticipating and using digital technologies that foster conditions where a few winners essentially take all. That's the idea here. It's winner take all for these massive technological companies: Amazon, Facebook, Google, Apple, Walmart. There's not much left for the other people in those sectors, the other companies within those sectors, and we'll see why in a little bit. The passage has a claim as to why that is the case, but we'll get there. But just keep in mind now this idea that there's a shift towards a centralization by a few companies. We even have a term for them. Call them superstar companies right there. Superstar companies right there. Okay. So we even have a term for them. So that's the first question. 33. The author of the passage develops his argument primarily By doing what? Let's go through some answer choices. Perhaps we can eliminate some. Does he do this by analyzing the effect of technological advances on future market trends? I don't really think that he focuses too much on futures. I'm going to cross this off. I don't remember that being contained in the passage. So it's out. It's not in there. Okay, B. Examining the process by which one company, which company, became a leader in its industry. That's not in the passage. Does he develop his argument by comparing historical national labor data to that of present national labor data? No. What does the author do? He presents research concerning the rise of a subset of companies. We even have a term for them. How do we keep doing this, people? Call them superstar companies. All right, keep moving here. 34. Which choice best supports the conclusion that in certain industries, companies have little choice of succeeding if they cannot obtain the market control held by superstar companies. This was that idea that I mentioned briefly over here. Winners take all, right here. Winners take all. The same idea. So now we're looking for that. Later on in the passage, it occurs here, lines 28 through 30. I'm going to read these lines. So here's where our evidence will be. So this statement, the lines I'm about to read, support the idea that in certain industries, you're either the top or it doesn't matter. Fifth, sixth place, eighth place, you've already lost. You're either at the top of your industry, you either are one of those superstar companies or you're not. Let's see if 28 through 30, let's see if these lines support that assertion. All right. In other words, you have to be the smartest company in your field or you might as well not bother. So there you go. That's the same sort of idea. The superstar companies are the cream of the crop, and you're either one of them or doesn't matter. So that's the best evidence for 34. 35. The passage most directly suggests that in recent years, companies that have been less successful than superstar companies have tended to what? And we know they're failures. That's the whole point of this passage. I've said it probably 2 or 3 times already. It is answer choice A. They are the failures. But let's see if we can. I'm going to read some of these other answer choices too, because I'm curious. Companies that have been less successful than superstar companies have tended to neglect to hire the most skilled professionals in their industries. That's not in the passage. They probably are hiring the most skilled professionals in their industries, if you think about it. The passage most certainly doesn't make a claim that they aren't. It may take something else to get to the top. It may take something else to be that Google or that Tesla. I guarantee you they're hiring skilled professionals. But that's not in the passage. We can't pick it. All right, what about C? Companies that are less successful focus on developing groundbreaking technologies that may benefit only their respective markets. That's not in the passage. If it's not in the passage, we cannot select it. It's out. That was the right answer choice A, by the way. Kind of circled it oddly. Okay. The less successful companies vie with a smaller pool of competitors for market share. Nope. They vie with a large pool of competitors, a large pool of failure competitors. They're beneath the stratosphere. They're beneath these superstar companies. Superstar companies. We even have a term for them. Superstar companies. It's just A. So these companies fail to capitalize on emerging technologies that may provide a competitive economic advantage. That is this passage in a nutshell. So what do these superstar companies do well? They adopt the technology and they implement it correctly. They implement it well. These other companies that we've never heard of, whoever's behind Uber making Tesla cars that blow up, whoever isn't on this list does not have adequate technology. That's the problem here. If it's cartography, Google Maps have them beat. If it's, I don't know, if it's computers, they're not making Apple Watches. You have the cream of crop, and then you have everyone else. That's the argument of this passage. It's that all of these other companies that fail to become superstar companies are not implementing technology successfully. That's what makes these superstar companies so successful, because they're holding all the cards. They're holding all the cards and they're winning all the hands. Because the other companies, any company just the company that's just beneath Tesla can't compete. The company that's just behind Uber cannot compete with Uber. That's the idea here. And this passage goes on to assert that it's a technological problem. Turns out the productivity of the top companies is growing robustly, and they're making the best use of the internet software and the other tech, and the other companies just simply aren't. Most companies aren't. That's what this passage is claiming. Okay. So that one was A. The evidence for 36. The best evidence, I'm going to find you some evidence. I'm going to find you this evidence. Lines 9 through 13. Here's some evidence that I think I just found you some other evidence, but in case I didn't, I'm looking at 9 through 13 now. Is this evidence that these non-top tier companies fair to capitalize on emerging technology? Lines 9 through 13. Let's see if it works. Oh yeah, I've already highlighted this. Okay. 9 through 13. So the superstar companies appear across a broad range of business sectors, and they've gained their power at least in part by anticipating using digital technologies that foster conditions where a few winners and many losers, right? Few winners, many losers. I'm seeing a recurring theme here. Few winners, many losers. That's answer choice B for 36. That's the best evidence for that idea. 37, here's a vocab question. As used in line 12, the word conditions most nearly means what? I'm going to find it. That was in that part I just read. Conditions. Maybe I'll just highlight that single word. Or maybe I'll circle it. I'll do that. Okay, so we're going to read back the words into the sentence for conditions and see if any of the answers make sense. One of them should work. Let's try restrictions. They appear across a broad range of business sectors and have gained their power at least in part by adeptly anticipating and using digital technologies that foster restrictions where a few winners essentially take all. That makes no sense. It's not restrictions. Let's try circumstances. Perhaps circumstances makes more sense. They appear across a broad range of business sectors and have gained their power at least in part by adeptly anticipating and using digital technologies that foster circumstances where a few winners essentially take all. Yes, conditions are circumstances. They're the same thing. I'm in a bad condition. I'm in a bad circumstance. Perhaps. Circumstances are conditions. If you try demands or qualifications, they should make no sense. Maybe we should try just to say we did. That foster demands where a few winners essentially take all, that's gibberish. And foster qualifications where a few winners essentially take all, that's gibberish. Always read the sentence back. Read the words back into the sentence. Only one will work. I guarantee it. Or they'll lose their jobs at the College Board. Alright, so that was that one. Another vocab question. There are usually about 2 of these per section, by the way, the vocabulary question. As used in line 32, the word deeply most nearly means what? Alright, we have deeply troubling result, I guess. What could deep mean? Let's see what our answer choices are. So, does deeply mean broadly, thoughtfully, obscurely, or profoundly? That was a deep thought. That was a profound thought you had there. Maybe. Let's see. Let's try broadly. Let's try broadly for 32. In itself, that might not be bad, but the authors identified a broadly troubling result of an economy where just a few top tier companies dominate. So we've lost some meaning here. Deeply troubling is different than broadly troubling. I'm leaning more, now that I've mentioned it, I'm leaning more towards this profound answer. That deep, profound comment you had. Let's try profoundly in the sentence. I think you'll see what I mean. We've lost meaning by just saying broadly here. Let's try deeply. Or let's try, let's try profoundly. In itself, maybe I'll even read the previous sentence as well. In other words, you have to be the smartest company in your field, or you might as well not bother. In itself, that might not be bad. But the authors identified a profoundly troubling result of an economy where just a few top-tier companies dominate. So, of course, that makes much more sense than the broadly troubling result. Again, near words. They like to pick words. I call them near words. They almost make sense, but not quite. In the context of the sentence, it would almost work, but there's a better word. And I guarantee you, you're staring at the better word on the page in front of you. If something doesn't quite fit, it's probably not the right answer. All right, let's go on to 39. In context, the last two paragraphs, lines 53 through 77, serve which function? Let's take a quick look at these paragraphs. So we're right over here now. Last couple paragraphs. Let's take a second to focus here. And this is, we start to get to the idea of what's happening here. So I mentioned the trend. The trend is that there are superstar companies at the top that are beating everyone else. It seems strange that this is happening. So they're wondering what's happening. Okay, so despite the proliferation of impressive new advances in software, digital devices, and AI over the last decade, economic growth in the US and other developed countries has been sluggish. So why? Why are these top tech companies taking off? They're making so much money using technology. It's not trickling down to everyone else. So what's going on? Well, the economists seem to think that they found the answer. It turns out that the productivity at those top companies is really high. It's the other companies not making the best use of the software, the internet, the AI, the technologies. They're not harnessing the technologies in an efficient way, in a way that is profitable, the way that these superstar companies are able to do. And that's a problem. So these last two paragraphs explain that relationship. They examine why technological advances outpace economic growth. So why aren't we seeing the benefit from all of these superstar companies? We have the rise of them. We have the technology that they've provided us. But what about our economic growth? Where's my money? Where's your money? It doesn't appear to have manifested the way we would have thought traditional labor would work back in the day. And that's from earlier on in the passage. They talk about labor over here. Oop, I just crossed it out. Trying to highlight it. So that's from earlier in the passage, if you read the passage. Okay, let's see. The last two paragraphs. Do they demonstrate how workforce requirements affect employment rates? I defy you to find that in those two paragraphs. Not in there. Do they illustrate why company productivity increases yearly earnings? No, they don't primarily serve that function. They serve to show why the economics don't follow what we might think that they would follow technology growth. Why is there no economic growth? Why is it sluggish? Do they clarify how efficient planning leads to new market possibilities? Nope. It's just all about this one. It's all about how can we be at such a high technological pace, yet even if you look at some of these, look at the stagnation. And then we have, these are those top tier go to the moon companies, Tesla, Walmart, Amazon. We're going to get to that in a second too. Okay, so yeah, now we have to use the figures. So now that's a good time to go start referring to them, I guess. So now we are on to the figures. So we have figure 1 and figure 2. Let's take a look at them. Let's get this out of the way. Okay. So figure 1 says, the title is Change in Total Factor Productivity Since 2001 in the Manufacturing Sector. We have frontier firms and non-frontier firms. These are the same thing as those top tier superstar companies. They're the frontier firms. The non-frontier firms are everyone else. This dotted line here. And this is the manufacturing sector up here. Same sort of idea with this graph, only it's the business services sector. Same breakdown. We have the Googles, the Amazons, the Teslas up here, and the solid line. And we have our non-frontier firms who fail to use technology, fail to create productivity. We kind of just see a sluggish little line here. Okay, so those are our graphs. So let's see what the question asks. Which claim about the manufacturing and business service sectors is best supported by the figures? Okay. Let's look at, take a look at one. Let's look at answer choice C. Start with C maybe. Is this best supported by the figure? The average percent change in total factor productivity for non-frontier firms in business services increased overall from 2001 to 2013. So I'm just on answer choice C here, just trying to eliminate some. I'm looking for non-frontier firms in business services. So that's this one, non-frontier firms in business services. So have they increased overall from 2001 to 2013? Take a look. Nope. They've stagnated. So they haven't increased. Let's say they stagnated. C is out. So non-frontier firms and business services stagnated overall from 2001 to 2013, while that for non-frontier firms in manufacturing decreased overall during that period. Manufacturing sector. Non-frontier firms in manufacturing. It didn't decrease over that entire time. It kind of just does this. I mean, it also kind of stagnates, but maybe it's going up a little bit more. We're looking at non-frontier firms in the manufacturing sector. So I don't think that it decreases does it say the entire trend line? Decreased overall? Yeah. I'm going to say it increased. It kind of dips down. It increased. All right, so this was double wrong. C's out. What about D? Fluctuations in the average percent change in total factor productivity for frontier firms in business services from 2001 to 2013 were consistent with those for frontier firms in manufacturing during that period. So I'm just comparing frontier firms and non-frontier firms. I'm going to remove some more marks here. Okay. Total factor productivity for frontier firms in business services, that's this one. Frontier firms in business services were consistent with those for frontier firms in manufacturing during the same period. No, they were way better. You see this? This is not consistent. This kind of rounds off. This trend line's going up. So I'm just going to say no, not similar. Very different. D's out. All right, we have it down to 2, so that's always good. All right, let's look at answer choice B. So is this claim supported by the figures? By 2013, the total factor productivity for non-frontier firms in both business services and manufacturing reflected growth resulting from expansion into new areas of commerce. Well, let me reread that. By 2013, the total factor productivity for non-frontier firms in both business services and manufacturing reflected growth resulting from expansion into new areas of commerce. I don't even know how our graphs would show us new areas of commerce. Our graphs are incapable of showing us new areas of commerce. That answer's out. So I'm just going to argue that our graphs are not showing us that. What are they showing us? Let's see if this is true. We got to check it, make sure we got the right answer. By 2004, the average percent change in total factor productivity for frontier firms and business services was greater than that for frontier firms in manufacturing. So by 2004, we're looking for frontier firms in business should be higher than manufacturing. Those crazy lines I drew on it. Okay, so it should be higher in business services. Productivity should be, for frontier firms in business services, should be higher after 04. We'll draw the line in. Ooh, here's our 04. So after 04, does the total factor productivity for frontier farms and business, is it greater than the manufacturing? Yes. You can look at the chart. So we're already at 20. I don't know where we are exactly. I made a bad line. Maybe 22, 25. I'm not sure. We're already well above here. So it is answer choice A. So just go with what the graph says. Go with what the chart says. Keep in mind what graphs and charts can and cannot show you. Okay, so that was question 40. Just a few more questions for this passage. Taken together, the figures best support which conclusion about total factor productivity from 2001 to 2013? All right, let's see if we can eliminate some answer choices. Non-frontier firms in the business services sector were more profitable during this period than non-frontier firms in the manufacturing sector due to their productivity. So non-frontier firms in the business sector, are they more profitable than non-frontier firms in the manufacturing center? Just looking at our charts, eliminating my lines. Okay. So does the business sector from 2001 to 2013, so the whole time frame, non-frontier firms, that's these firms, non-frontier firms, are they more profitable in the business sector than the manufacturing sector? They're less profitable. Productivity increases in the business services sector in this period correspond to productivity decreases in the manufacturing sector. So does one? That's interesting. Maybe I'll save this one for last or for. Does the one curve or does the one trend line affect the other one? This is kind of interesting, actually. Productivity increases in the business services sector in this period correspond to productivity decreases in the manufacturing sector. Can we say that these two graphs correspond with one another from total factor productivity? They don't correspond. 41. I'm gonna say for B, I'm gonna say they don't correspond. Okay. And in this period, okay, productivity increases in the business services sector in this period correspond to productivity decreases. That means if one goes up, the other one goes down in the manufacturing sector. But I'm not seeing that result from the graphs. I'm just not. It doesn't look like as one goes up, the other one goes down. I don't think that would make any sense, really. This is not decreasing. Let's fix it. Okay, productivity increases in the business services sector in this period correspond to productivity increases in the manufacturing sector. If you think about it, productivity increases in the business service sector yeah, I almost think if one is going up, then both of them are going up. They're going to influence each other. Business services are going to influence manufacturing, and manufacturing are going to influence business services. So I think that's sort of what's going on. It's not as one goes up, the other goes down. Okay. All right, let's look at what we have here. D, the manufacturing sector was more productive because it tended to adapt more readily to technological advances in this period than the business services sector did. Just a quick question. How could these figures possibly show this? All I have is figure 1 and figure 2. Here they are. We have a solid line, we have a dotted line. We have a solid line, we have a dotted line. We have frontier firms, we have non-frontier firms. For our y-axis, we have average percent change in productivity. And we have years for our x-axis. And we have business sector services. And we have manufacturing sector as well. So how could our two pretty simple, pretty basic graphs, how could they possibly show this? That they can adapt more readily to technological advances in this period than the business services? I don't even know how this graph would show this. I don't think it can. How about answer choice C? The disparity in productivity between frontier and non-frontier firms. The disparity in productivity between frontier and non-frontier firms in the manufacturing sector and in the business services sector generally increased over this period, which is exactly what the graphs show. So over this period, 2001 to 2013, I believe, generally going up. Same thing over here. We're talking about the frontier firms. Disparity in productivity between frontier and non-frontier firms in the manufacturing sector and in the business services sector generally increased over this period. So the frontier firms are killing it. The frontier firms are way up here. The non-frontier firms are down here stagnant. So it's pretty easy to see that this one is C. You can see the huge disparity here. The frontier firms, the superstar businesses, have a huge advantage over these non-frontier firms if you just look at the data. The non-frontier firms are stagnant down here. Our frontier firms are killing it. So let's look at the answer choices again. Yeah, so that one was C. The graphs can show us that. Just be aware of what graphs can and cannot show you. Are they asking you something that it could even present you? We would probably need more data for answer choice D for that one. All right, let's look at 42. According to figure 1, in approximately which year was the average percent change in total factor productivity since 2001 greatest for frontier firms? So I'm looking for frontier firms, figure 1, greatest change since 2001. So erase my marks. Okay, so here's Frontier Farms. We're looking not at this one. We're looking at the solid line. Where is the greatest change? I believe it's right here. That looks like it's between 06 and 07. We're just looking for the steepest line on Frontier Firms. Frontier Firms. In figure 1. So I said it was 06 and 07, but they do say approximately which year. And so that would be closest to what I was saying. 06 to 07. There's the greatest change. It's just the biggest spike. Like if you look at this, this would be very relatively flat slope, or this is a huge spike right there. So that's our spike. That's where it deviated the greatest. This is a gradual deviation here. This is a quick. The more vertical your line, the quicker the change was. If time is your x-axis like that. All right. So that one was from 06 to 07. Now we are on to the paired passage. So this is our final set of reading passages. And it's a paired passage. So I do want to go over strategy for these. Okay. So we have two passages. It says questions 43 through 52 are based on the following passages. Passage 1 is adapted from Morton E. Allen Toft, Recovering Samples for Ancient DNA Research, Guidelines for the Field Archaeologist. Passage 2 is adapted from Sam Keene, Ancient DNA. And for this type of paired passage, there's always one of these on the SAT. So you have two different passages on a similar theme. We have passage 1 by a particular author, and then we have passage 2 by a different author. And for this, I would like to, for the paired passage, I just want to introduce a strategy. And the strategy is always, sorry, it's hard to write on this tablet. It's really not like writing on a chalkboard. Always split the passages up. Always. So here we have one. What do I mean by that? Here we have one passage. All I want you to do is read passage 1. Then it looks, don't read passage 2 yet. Just read passage 1. Then answer some questions about it. Read passage 1. It looks like we can answer this question, because that one's about passage 1. We can answer this question. That one is also about passage 1. We can answer this question because it's in passage 1. We can answer this question because it only refers to passage 1. We haven't even read passage 2 yet, and we can answer 4 questions. So you have a distinct advantage over someone who just read both passages, and now this person is trying to answer all of the questions. You won't be confused by any wrong answers that pertain to the other passage because you haven't read it yet. You don't need it yet, so why read it? Just answer the questions that only pertain to the first passage. Then when you need to go back and read passage 2, now you'll read a different voice. It's probably going to be very vastly different from the voice in passage 1. Could be a pro and con. I think this makes it much easier to answer the questions. Plus, if you run out of time, you weren't wasting time reading passage 2. you answered 4 questions at the end of the test, and if you need to guess on a couple of these or whatever, you may have to, but I'm just saying that would kind of help you maybe if you're running out of time. I know many of you aren't running out of time. They do give you an hour and 5 minutes to complete this section, so it should be enough time, but just a strategy. I just wanted to go over that real quickly because not everyone does that. I have students who just say, I just read both of them, they answer all the questions, it works for me, and that's fine if that works for you. I just think this is a good strategy if you don't want to be confused by wrong answer choices that pertain to the other passage, because you haven't read it yet. So you shouldn't be tricked by any of those. Okay, so now I got that out of the way. Let's look at 43. So it says in passage 1, the main purpose of the second paragraph, lines 21 through 31, is to do what? All right, so I'm going to take a look at that paragraph. All right, I'm just looking at this paragraph here. So this is paragraph 2 of passage 1. Okay. Does it explain in greater detail the nature of newly established procedures mentioned in the preceding paragraph? I don't believe so. Does it emphasize the necessity of using different research technology depending on the species to which the ancient DNA belongs? I don't think so. Does it describe the different kinds of contaminants that researchers working with ancient DNA have discovered through recent studies? I'm on 43, sorry, I'm on this one. I don't think so. It just, answer choice B, asserts that a solution presented in the preceding paragraph is inadequate for addressing the full scope of the problem. So I'm going to find you the solution, and then I'll find the part where it tells you that it's inadequate. So where's the solution in the previous paragraph? Here's the solution. Let's create some DNA rules. Well, if we have problems when we analyze ancient DNA because of contaminants, because of modern DNA contaminating the ancient DNA. Let's establish some rules. The rules show us how to minimize risk of contamination and provide some means for downstream authentication of results. But then in the next paragraph, they say, well, these rules weren't enough. There's an issue, right? Okay, so that was the solution. Can't we just have DNA rules? And we'll just follow DNA rules and then things won't become contaminated? Now I'm going to find the part where they say that that is inadequate. Right here. Most of these rules represent symptomatic treatment. What happens if human beings are analyzing human DNA? That further complicates things, right? So if a sample is contaminated with modern DNA before entering the lab, it can be difficult to remove the contamination. So even if you're following the rules, it can be difficult to distinguish between authentic ancient DNA and a modern contaminant. And the problem is exacerbated by the fact that we have human beings doing the research. So if we're looking at human DNA, there could be cross-contamination from the same species. So the rules are symptomatic treatment, right? Treating the symptom rather than the cause of an illness. That's what this means. Symptomatic treatment. So I'll take some Dayquil for my sniffle, but it's not really curing the underlying virus, right? It's just treating a symptom. That's what we have here. So these rules are great. Maybe follow the rules, but this author seems to think that this contamination is a serious concern and it's hard to get rid of and it's expensive. There's a lot of things in this passage that we have to consider here. So you're treating the symptoms. You're not treating the cause here. All right, so we do assert the solution. Let's have some DNA rules. However, that solution may be inadequate. 44. It can reasonably be inferred from the attitude of the author of passage 1 toward the technology that has now become available for identifying and removing DNA contaminants that the author seems somewhat cautious because of everything I just talked about. The technology is costly. It takes considerable time and resources. I think this is like line 35. Read from the passage. Here's some evidence. Right around here. Considerable time and resources, however, are expended before the contamination can be identified, and if a sample has been contaminated decades or centuries ago, it may result in contaminated DNA that displays degradation, damage patterns similar to that of true ancient DNA. So we have more problems, right? Okay, so that one was answer choice A. There's some evidence in around line 35 that this author seems a little bit cautious because this technology is so expensive and it does not guarantee accurate assessment because of the other considerations. Go on to 45. Now we have to find the evidence. I found the evidence. I told you it was line 35. It was. Lines 35 through 40. So that was the part that I just read. Make sure I highlighted it all. Did I highlight everything? Yeah. Okay. So there's our evidence. Double question. So if you miss 44, you're probably missing 45. Those double questions can be hard. 46 says, using line 41, strict most nearly means what? Okay, so strict can have a few different meanings. It can mean grim. It can mean stern. It's a strict teacher. Strict can be narrow. A strict interpretation of the law. Strict definition. Narrow in that sense. Well, strict can have different meanings. Let's look at line 41. Let's see what it means in context. Let's see what it means in the context of this sentence. Okay, line 41. We're still in the first passage. I haven't even read passage 2. That's the beauty of this strategy. My brain is not contaminated by any of the garbage that's in passage 2, because the author of passage 2 is going to have his own thoughts on the matter. Like let's leave it out there. You're not going to be tempted to pick a wrong answer choice because you haven't read passage 2 yet. All right. So here is the strict word. Although strict laboratory exercises are often combined with bioinformatic analyses to respectively remove and identify DNA contamination, it would be extremely beneficial if the risk of contamination could be lowered in the first place. So I'm just going to read words back in for strict. That's all I'm doing here. I'm going to read the first one they give us. Let's try absolute. Although absolute laboratory exercises are often combined, that doesn't make any sense, A is out. Although grim laboratory, or strict, although grim, yes, stern, although stern, grim laboratory exercises are often combined, that makes no sense. Grim makes no sense. Let's try narrow. Although narrow laboratory exercises are often combined with bioinformatic analysis to respectfully remove and identify DNA contamination, it would be better if the risk of contamination could be lowered in the first place. So that makes no sense. Let's try rigorous. I tried everything else, so it better work. Could strict mean rigorous? Although rigorous laboratory exercises are often combined with bioinformatic analysis to respectfully remove and identify DNA contamination, it would be extremely beneficial if the risk of contamination could be lowered in the first place. So strict can mean rigorous. Always read the words back into the sentence. One of them will work. 3 of them will not work. 47. It can most reasonably be inferred from passage 2. All right, now we have to read passage 2. So now you go back up here. You go, okay, passage 2. I'm going to read passage 2. Now we can continue where we left off. We're on 47 now. And the author of passage 2 has a different perspective on the same topic. I mean, they're different scientists. You'd think they would, but it's just interesting. The author of passage 2 doesn't seem to be hung up on avoiding this contamination as much as the author of passage 1. The author of passage 2 goes into detail about potential solutions to the contamination in a way that the author of passage 1 doesn't. So it's just, I like to split up the paired passage. I think that that's going to lead to a better result for you, the test taker, just because you're not going to be trying to juggle all this information within your own brain and answer, twice as many questions at once. Just read the first passage, answer the first passage's question. They always put them in order. Then you can read passage 2, you can read the questions about passage 2, and then you can read the questions that compare passage 1 with passage 2. And then you can finish up all of those at the end. Okay. We're on to 47 now. So we're on to passage 2. It can most reasonably be inferred from passage 2 that DNA shredded by enzymes is what? I'm going to find this part from the passage just so we can refer to it. We're looking for the shredded DNA. Here we go. It's a miracle that scientists can even find it. Okay, our DNA disappears after cells die for a few reasons. All healthy cells have enzymes that shred DNA to recycle it. So there's your answer. So that's what should be happening in your body. All healthy cells have enzymes that shred DNA to recycle it. Which is answer choice C. That's simple. There's your evidence. So DNA is shredded by enzymes in order to be recycled and go on to other uses for healthy cells. Okay. And the evidence, I found the evidence. Where was that? Evidence. I showed you the evidence. It was 56 through 58. Here's the evidence. I'm going to highlight it so you can see it in the context of the passage. 56 through 58. I think I already did highlight some of it. Okay, so we're right here. Yeah, I just had to go a little further. Here's our evidence. I'll reread it. This is the evidence that this is what your body does. Your body recycles DNA. All healthy cells have enzymes that shred DNA to recycle it, and unfortunately those enzymes keep right on shredding after death. So that's what your body does. That one is answer choice A for 48. 49, just a few more questions for this paired passage. When the author of passage 2 says that scientists think they can push that back, I'm going to find that part, 75 through 76. Let me read this part because this is cool. The oldest recovered genome so far came out from a horse's leg bone buried in Canada's Yukon Territory for 700,000 years. With the right sample and ever better software to analyze it, scientists think they can push that back to 1 million years. Scientists think they could push that back, that 700,000, so we can raise it from 700,000 all the way to 1 million, perhaps with some better technology and a better sample. When they mean push it back, they mean extend that range of time period, right? So we're talking, I can tell you precisely how long. We want to extend a boundary from 700,000 years all the way potentially to 1 million years. So the boundary that I just discussed. Years. Okay. 50. Regarding scientific research involving aDNA, it's ancient DNA, sorry. I'm just trying to remember what that little a was. Regarding scientific research involving ancient DNA, both passages imply what? So now we're on to a both question, and both is important because one of these answer choices probably contained in one passage, one of these answer choices probably contained in the other passage, but this is in both passages. So both passages have to fulfill this requirement, which is a higher requirement, and it's C. Both passages do mention the problems associated with evaluating ancient DNA. It seems like the author of passage 2 has more solutions. He kind of shows the process, but even, so, I mean, I think the author of passage 2 goes in a little more into depth and actually how they perform this extraction, whereas the author of passage 1 just mentions contaminated DNA is difficult to extract. I like passage 2 in that we kind of learn why or learn how they perform some of these. Okay, but they both mention that there are problems associated with evaluating the traces of ancient DNA. And the passage 1 says it can be expensive. It can be, be better if we just avoid the contamination in the first place. The author of passage 2 talks about the problems in extracting it, but seems to have a little more of a solution, or at least goes more into detail about the solution. I'll just say that. It's not that the author of passage 1 doesn't have the right idea. It's just I think there's a little more detail in the second passage, just because they're different passages. I think the point of the Perry passage. They like to give you different scope. They like to give you different perspective on a similar issue from two different authors. And that's kind of what we have here. All right, now we're on to 51. Given the discussion of the RNA bait technique in the last paragraph of paragraph 2, would applying that technique be useful in the circumstances considered in passage 1 from lines 27 to 31? Wow, this is a difficult question. So, let's think about this. Let's first look at lines 27 through 31 to think of the situation, the initial situation, because then we have to figure out, okay, would the solution, the RNA bait technique in passage 2, could it work here? But let's look at the situation first. I'm just on 27 through 31 of passage 1. Yeah, I'm right here. Okay, the latter problem is particularly pertinent if the target DNA and the contaminant DNA are from the same species, as is often the case when research is conducted on ancient human material. Interesting. Okay, could we use this RNA technique? Let's read about it. If searching for human DNA, researchers would prepare the bait by manufacturing millions of strips of human RNA, albeit with one modification. These RNA strips have chemical Velcro attached to them. So they mix into the sample and onto the human DNA and only human DNA. So could this extraction process that is able to separate human DNA from non-human DNA, would it be useful for our first author? No. Because the problem our first author has is that they're from the same, they're both humans. That's the problem. The human material problem. So if your extraction method can extract human DNA, we still have a contamination problem because it might not be the correct human DNA. It might be contaminated. So it wouldn't help in this particular case because the researchers are humans, right? So that's another consideration. Often the case when research is conducted on ancient human material. It's just going to happen. Human DNA is going to come into the mix. Human beings are everywhere. So would that solve the problem? For our first author, no, because the RNA bait technique is used to isolate DNA of one species from contaminate DNA of other species, not human beings. So we're talking about multiple humans, so it wouldn't work. 52. Which choice best states the relationship between the two passages? Okay, see if we can rule some out. C. Both passages present hypotheses that are untested. What hypotheses? I don't even know what those would be. Passage 2 provides more evidence in the support of its hypotheses. It's out. Does not reflect the relationship of the two passages. Both passages examine the difficulties in a line of research, ancient DNA, but passage 2 gives more detail about how scientists are addressing those difficulties. The RNA bait technique. Okay, so that is the reading section. Stop, we have finished it. We're going to move on to the writing now. So that's the reading. We're done with the reading. Let's move on to the writing. This is section 2 of the May 2021 SAT. There are 35 minutes for the writing and language test, primarily a test grammar. There are 44 questions total on this section. We're just going to jump right into it before we attempt some math. So the first passage is called Shedding Light on Glowing Coral. There are 11 questions that accompany it, and we're just going to start doing them. So let's look at the first question. I'm going to read the sentence as written, and then we can decide if we want to make some changes. So if the sentence is correct as written, we would select A, no change. That means it's right. Answer choices B, C, and D allow us to change it in particular ways. And one of them would be correct. One of these ways the College Board would consider correct, the others incorrect. So let's just dive right in. Some corals are fluorescent. This means that they absorb one color of light and emit a different one. Interesting. Okay. So as written, we do have a run-on. It's a run-on sentence. But what do I mean by that? Really, it's two sentences in one. We have two independent clauses. We have two things that could each be sentences. And you can't stick a comma there because it's still a run-on. It's a comma-spliced run-on. Some corals are fluorescent, period. That could be a sentence. This means that they absorb one color of light and emit a different one, period. That could be a sentence. So we've taken two sentences and we've punctuated them as one. We tried to put a comma in there, but it doesn't work. They call this a comma-spliced run-on. So the author wants to fix this, but it doesn't work. A comma is not strong enough to join two independent clauses, two things that could each be sentences. I want to introduce a strategy here just before we even get too far. And this is called, I'm going to make a little room for it, strategy. Okay, so the strategy I'm talking about here would be count the number of words. Count the number of the words in the answer choice. Concise answer choices, short answer choices typically are the correct answer choices. The wordy answer choices, the answer choices that are 15, 20 words long, those are typically the incorrect answer choices because the College Board prefers concision. The College Board likes short and sweet. They want to just give it to me straight, give it to me simply. If you can't express yourself simply and clearly, there's a problem. You should avoid flowery language that makes your writing difficult to comprehend. Avoid wordiness if it impedes understanding, if it's redundant. Count the number of words. Try this strategy. 90% of the time, the concise answer choice is the right answer choice on the writing and language test. Don't believe me? Stick with me for the next half hour or so, however long it takes to go through this, and we will see this numerous times. So you'll see me writing down numbers over here. That's all I'm doing. I'm counting the number of words in the sentence, and I'm jotting it down here because the shorter answer choices typically are correct. Let's see if I'm right. So answer choice A would be 2 words. Answer choice B is 3 words long, which it means. Answer choice C is 2 words long, and answer choice D is 1 word long. So did counting the number of words, was that an effective way to come to the right answer? Yes, it was. Let's read the corrected sentence. Some corals are fluorescent, meaning that they absorb one color of light and emit a different one. Okay, so here we have a single word, meaning, and because the appositive is not essential, I'm just writing this out, not essential for understanding the sentence, the appositive is not essential for understanding the sentence, so use commas. That's the rule. So if the appositive is essential for understanding the sentence, you omit the commas. If the appositive is not essential for understanding the sentence, you use commas. In this case, 1, there it is. So we do want that comma. Sorry, that comma does belong. And because the appositive is not essential for understanding the sentence, we use the comma. So hopefully you run over that rule at some point in your career. Let's look at number 2. All right, so they are testing you on, for number 2, pronoun antecedent agreement. So a pronoun must agree with its antecedent in number. Well, what's a pronoun? A pronoun is just something we use to refer back to a noun. So this is a pronoun he. He refers back to the antecedent Bob. That's all we're doing here. He agrees with Bob in number. He is singular, Bob is singular. I can't say they are Bob. That's a problem, right? Why? Because the pronoun must agree with its antecedent in number. Let's see if our sentence does. Let's take a look at number 2. I'm going to read it as written. Scientists have learned that shallow water corals fluoresce as part of a symbiotic or mutually beneficial relationship with algae living inside it. Can I use a singular it to refer back to plural corals? Nope. Can't do it. Corals can't be an it. Corals are plural. So I can't use something singular to refer back to something that's plural. You know what I can use? How about a pronoun we reserve for plural entities? Them. Let's correct it. Let's use a plural pronoun to refer back to plural antecedent. Let's try it. Scientists have learned that shallow water corals fluoresce as part of a symbiotic or mutually beneficial relationship with algae living inside them, the corals. So we use them to refer back to corals, just some pronoun antecedent agreement. All right. Which choice most effectively combines the sentences at the underlined portion? You know what I'm going to do? Just because I don't know if you believe me, I'm going to try the count the number of words strategy. Answer choice A. I know there's a tedious thing to do maybe on test day. Answer choice A was 13 words long. Answer choice B was 17 words long. Answer choice and it contains some passive voice. Is needed by the corals. You typically avoid passive voice in your formal writing. Answer choice C was also 17, a wordy 17 words. And answer choice was even wordier at 18 words. Yeah, guess which ones I'm crossing off. The concise answer choice was the right answer choice. This is the most effective way to combine these two sentences. Let me read the two sentences apart, and then we'll combine them the simple way, the way the College Board would prefer you to use the English language. All right, let's try it as written. By absorbing potentially harmful ultraviolet light and emitting safer pink or purple light, fluorescent corals fluorescent corals effectively provide a sunblock for the algae. The algae produce oxygen and other products that the corals need through photosynthesis. Now I'm going to read them in their combined version the correct way. By absorbing potentially harmful ultraviolet light and emitting safer pink or purple light, fluorescent corals effectively provide a sunblock for the algae, which, through photosynthesis, produce oxygen and other products that the corals need. Watch out. Let's look at some wrong answers here. Answer choice C looks convoluted to me. I'm going to read it. Algae and the corals need oxygen and other products produced by the algae. This happens through photosynthesis. I think that almost sounds like a stutter to me. It just sounds convoluted. It should be rephrased. 18D also sounds like it needs rewritten. So trust me, try this strategy. Start with the concise answer choice. Not always. 9 times out of 10 though, the concise answer choice will be the right answer choice. It's alarmingly frequent. Every now and then, perhaps the most concise answer choice isn't the correct answer choice, but it's up there. Maybe it's one word longer than the most concise answer choice. That's what I'm trying to say. This strategy works. It's not cheating, I assure you. It feels like cheating. All right, let's keep going. However, this finding does not explain why corals in deeper water, where sunlight is less intense, also fluoresce. Okay, so for number 4 here, we have a semicolon. Probably the College Board's favorite punctuation. They love semicolons. I think they just think that a high school junior will see a semicolon and just deer in the headlights, not know what to do, but you know what to do. Semicolons, typically in English, the main way we use them is they join 2 independent clauses. They join 2 things that could each be sentences in their own right that are related or contrast one another. That's what semicolons do in English. There's a very rare other use for semicolons. I've never seen it on the SAT, so I'm not even going to go over it. But we don't need a semicolon here. That's all I'm saying. It just connects 2 independent clauses. We don't have 2 independent clauses. So no semicolon. A is out. Okay, now I'm going to introduce this other idea that there are 3 ways to offset parenthetical information in English. So we're going to go over all of them. And they vary in severity, kind of. I'm trying to think of the intensity. So let's do least intensive. And let's put most intensive over here. Oh, ran out of room. Sorry. Let me fix it. Most intensive. Okay. So they vary in intensity. The least intensive way to put in your non-essential information to offset your non-essential information within your paragraph, your parenthetical information, use parentheses. So that would be the least intensive way of offsetting information. Okay. So the parentheses would be the least intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information. The next intensive medium way would be commas. We can offset parenthetical information with commas. And the most intensive way of offsetting the parenthetical information is with this strong dash. I've heard it called an M dash because it's the length of an M. There's also an N dash. It's the length of an N out there. That might be more of a typography font thing than a grammar thing, but M dash, I don't know. So that's the most intensive way of offsetting information, 2 of those. What do we have here? We just have commas. However, this finding does not explain why corals in deeper water, comma, that should be a comma, where sunlight is less intense, that's our other comma, also fluoresce. So here our parenthetical information is offset with commas. So because we close it with a comma, we have to open it with a comma, and you can't open it with a semicolon. And we can't have nothing, because then we just have, it would be like this with like 1 comma. That would be answer choice D, so that doesn't work. B, we can't use B because we would need 2 of those M dashes. We would need 1 here to take the place of that. We need 1 here. You could, it'd be the most intensive way of offsetting that information, which is probably not what our author is going for. So he or she just used commas, which is the correct answer, answer choice C. Okay, number 5. They exposed a sample of coral to different colors of light, finding that blue light, the most lavish color of light in deep water, only reached chlorophyll close to the surface of the coral. And it's funny because I was just explaining something and the next sentence did what I was just talking about, but with M dashes. They exposed a sample of coral to different colors of light, finding that blue light, the most lavish color of light in deep water, only reached chlorophyll close to the surface of the coral. So is lavish the correct word here? Lavish means sumptuously rich. I don't think it makes any sense in the context of this passage. Abundant would make sense. Let's try. They pick near words. Like generous almost means abundant, but not quite. They like to pick words that would almost make sense. Let's try abundant. This should make perfect sense. They expose a sample of coral to different colors of light, finding that blue light, the most abundant color of light in deep water. It wouldn't be generous in deep water. It wouldn't be overflowing in deep water, but it would be abundant there. It's the shade of light that is most present in deep water. That's blue water, right? I guess that makes sense. Let's keep going. 6. The team therefore hypothesized, colon in the wrong place, that deep water corals' conversion of blue light into red-orange light maximizes photosynthesis in the symbiotic algae, contributing to better overall coral survival. Okay, so good question though. Can we put a colon here? Why can't we? So we can't put a colon here, and here's the reason why. I'll write it out. An independent clause always precedes a colon. So whatever goes in front of the colon must be a complete thought, something you could put a period on, it would be a sentence. What follows the colon sometimes is just a single word. There's no real rule on what follows the colon. Sometimes it's just a single word and an end of punctuation, end of sentence. But whatever goes in front of the colon must always be a sentence. So here's my question to you. Is this a sentence? What I'm about to read here. The team therefore hypothesized. That's not a sentence? No? Colons are out. No colon there. Okay. What about answer choice? We just don't need any punctuation. I think they're trying to make you over punctuate everything. So look at C. This M dash can also mean a colon. They mean the same thing. Either you're using it as we were using it up there for parentheticals, or an M dash equals colon. They're the same thing. So A and C are out immediately because we don't need a colon here. This would just be an implied colon, I think. But it doesn't make any sense, so it's wrong. We don't need any punctuation here. The reason why is that is just acting as an adverb here. The team therefore hypothesized that deep water corals' conversion of blue light into red light maximizes photosynthesis in the symbiotic algae. So not too complicated. Just be aware how colons work. Just be aware that this would be incorrect. Complete thought always goes in front of the colon. Let's look at 7. Which choice provides an accurate interpretation of the data in the graph? Okay, so now we're on to the graph. And I'm going to read the sentence as written. So here's 7 as written. After 12 months, the fluorescent echinophilia were deteriorating, but only about 80% of the non-fluorescent echinophilia survived. Okay, so is that what the graph shows? Do the data show 80% of the non-fluorescent echinophilia surviving? I gotta reread the whole sentence, sorry. After 12 months, the fluorescent echinophilia were deteriorating, but only about 80% of the non-fluorescent echinophilia survived. So let's look at the graph. Is that what the graph says? So I was looking at the fluorescent echinophilia, this one. You know, the one that doesn't go down the entire time. I think that's what I was looking at. Yeah, so they weren't deteriorating. which is A, they were thriving. But only about 80% survived after 12 months. So that's what the first. Yeah, so after 12 months, yeah, we weren't looking at the whole graph. We were just looking here. Sorry. After 12 months, the fluorescent echinophilia were thriving. We were right. And the non-fluorescent were about at 80%. Can we read a graph? That's all. 8. Which choice offers accurate information from the graph? All right, I'm going to read this part. Around the 19-month mark, the non-fluorescent echinophilia had dwindled to about 30% of their original amount. So I'm looking at non-fluorescent echinophilia at the 19-month mark. Are they 20%? No, or 30%? I gave away the right answer. No, they are 20%. So we're not. If that was the right answer, we'd be up here, but we're not. We're at 20%. So that was 20%. Can you read a graph? Can you read a bar graph if you had to? Not too hard. Just find the 19-month range. Find the non-fluorescent echinophilia, and they're at 20, not 30. 20. All right. 9. These results suggest that These results suggest that the red-orange glow of deep water corals might indeed be a symbiotic survival mechanism, just like those of corals in shallow waters. So for number 9, they are testing you on logical comparison. So we can only compare like things, and illogical comparisons arrive when you try, or illogical comparisons happen when you try to compare unlike things directly. It leads to an issue. So let's figure out what we're comparing. Let's see what it is. Let's look at answer choice A as written. So these results suggest that the red-orange glow, singular, of deep water corals might indeed be a symbiotic survival mechanism, just like those, plural, of corals in shallow waters. How can I compare something that is singular to something that is plural? You can't. In English, this is incorrect. You should compare singular entities with singular entities and plural entities with plural entities. That's the problem here. We just need to simplify this sentence. It can't be those of corals. How about the sun-blocking glow? That way we're comparing singular glow with singular glow. Let's try that. This would create a fragment, I think, if we just deleted half the sentence. Yeah, it would. Let's try comparing glow with glow. Maybe it makes sense. Who knows? By 22 months, the non-fluorescent echinophilia had died off completely, while 100% of the fluorescent echinophilia still lived. These results suggest that the red-orange glow of deep water corals might indeed be a symbiotic survival mechanism, just like the sun-blocking glow of corals in shallow waters. So we can compare glow singular with glow singular. That makes perfect sense. Watch out for logical comparisons on the SAT. They are on the SAT. The writer wants to add the following sentence to the paragraph. They begin by placing echinophilia that expressed a red fluorescent protein and non-fluorescent echinophilia into an aquarium that was exposed to blue light. So where do we put this sentence? And they always give you clues. They always give you clues in a sequencing question. That's what this is. So they're asking you to sequence information. In this case, they're asking you to add some new information, but you have to sequence it within this existing paragraph. That's why they've numbered the paragraph. So these are just number the 1, 2, 3, 4. They just numbered the sentence 4. It's just the chronology of this paragraph, those bracketed numbers, and they always give you clues about the sequencing. Because this sentence could only logically go in one place within this paragraph because of the clues. They always give you clues. They have to give you clues, otherwise there'd be multiple right answers. So what do I mean about the clues here? Well, they began. So we know it's going to be pretty early on in this paragraph, pretty early on in the experiment. It would just have to be. So that's a clue. What about another clue? How about this? Here's a clue. To test this hypothesis is a clue. How is this a clue? We can't move this. Why can't we move this? Because it is a perfect transition from the previous paragraph. Let me read the previous paragraph. It needs this transition. The team therefore hypothesized that deep water corals' conversion of blue light into red-orange light maximizes photosynthesis in the symbiotic algae, contributing to better overall coral survival. So that was the hypothesis, right? They hypothesized this. So that sentence goes there, and the next sentence is about them testing this hypothesis. That's why we can't move sentence 1. That's why we can't move the new information before sentence 1. This clue here, the clue that this is needed for this transition. We need this transition. It's a great transition. Don't change it. The team hypothesized the deep water coral conversion of blue light into red-orange light maximizes photosynthesis in the symbiotic algae. Now, to test this hypothesis, the research team conducted this experiment. Now we can add our sentence after sentence 1, but before sentence 2. Do you see how neatly these fit? They fit like a glove. And once you found a home for the sentence, always a sequencing question, always read the sentence in its new home back to back with the other sentences. It should fit like a glove. There's no other place you could put this sentence. Let's try it. I'm going to read some sentences back to back. This should work. To test this hypothesis, the research team conducted a 2-year experiment that compared the survival of fluorescent and non-fluorescent specimens from the genus Echinophilia under conditions that simulated deep water light. They began by placing Echinophilia. Sorry, I paused too long there. I'm going to read them back to back quicker. I couldn't find the question. I'm sorry. All right. To test this hypothesis, the research team conducted a 2-year experiment that compared the survival of fluorescent and non-fluorescent specimens from the genus Echinophilia under conditions that simulated deep water light. They began by placing Echinophilia that expressed a red fluorescent protein and non-fluorescent Echinophilia into an aquarium that was exposed to blue light. After 12 months, the fluorescent Echinophilia were deteriorating, but only, we noticed the opposite. They were thriving, but only about 80% of the non-fluorescent Echinophilia survived. So look out for the clues in a sequencing question. They always have to give you clues. This one's no different. We have a few clues here. We have a really good transition that we can't lose from the previous sentence. So we can't put something before sentence 1. And then by here, you see how the experiment is already well underway. We can't put something that they began their experiment. This has to it can only follow sentence 1 because it has to, but it has to go before here because 12 months have already passed by sentence 2. So they've set up the experiment already. So it has to go there. That's all I'm trying to say there. It's like a very logical place for these things to go, and they follow rules. Watch out for sequencing questions. Let's look at 11. The researchers hope that their findings can be used to improve coral conservation plans. For example, some plans propose moving threatened shallow water corals to deep waters, but this study suggests that without the right fluorescent pigments, those corals might not survive relocation. Therefore, as team member Jorg Wiedemann points out, it is of the utmost importance that we do our best to keep their homes in shallow water habitable. All right, so they will test you on transitional words and phrases. That's what we have here. So Proper transitions make your writing easier to understand. Incorrect transitions impede understanding. And I think that's what would happen with some of these transitions. And oddly, like, you might, you do so many of these and A looks like it's never going to be right. It's never going to be right. About 1/5 of the time, A is correct. It is no change on this one. Are we just adding something? This is just some additional information. This is just an additive transition. For example, we're just giving an example. Some plans propose moving the threatened shallow water corals, but perhaps this is a bad idea. We don't need the logic of perhaps an adversarial transition. Like, conversely, some plans, we're not moving in the opposite direction. We're moving in the same direction. We're moving in this, for example, direction. There's nothing adversarial or abnormal. We don't need a despite or although. We're not moving the other direction. And all they do is they just mix up the transitional words. They just mix them moreover with, for example, they'll change therefore into for these reasons. They'll change nonetheless into consequently. And you just have to figure out what transitions work. Certain transitions make sense and other transitions will make no sense, which is what we have here. But a for example transition does make sense. We are moving in the same direction, nice additive transition. Just adding things. We don't need an adversarial transition. We're not moving in the opposite direction. Okay, let's look at the next passage. All right, thinking small and going green. I'm going to read the sentence as written. In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand for, in the wrong place, environmentally friendly business practices. Okay. So why is this in the wrong place? I said that a complete thought, something that could be a sentence, must go in front of the colon. Is this a complete thought? Is this a sentence? In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand for. It's not a sentence, so a colon does not belong there. A's out. Colon must precede an independent clause. What about answer choice B? Let me try answer choice B. In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand for, and here I'm going to introduce a strategy. We love strategies in this class. Make our lives easier. Here's the strategy. Read the commas. Read the punctuation. What do I mean by that? A comma is a brief pause. Punctuation in general, even a semicolon here, creates a pause. Colons create pauses. Read them. Exaggerate them within the sentence to find out if they belong there. Let's try it for answer choice B. In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand for environmentally friendly business practices. So answer choice B is a stutter. I read it. I heard it. I'm crossing it off. That comma doesn't belong there. Read the commas. Read the punctuation. Listen for stutters. Let's try answer choice C. A semicolon will create a pause. Does a semicolon belong here? There's a rule for semicolons. Let's try it. I'm going to exaggerate the pause. In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand for environmentally friendly business practices. It's another stutter. And a semicolon doesn't belong there. A semicolon generally in English connects two independent clauses, two things that could each be sentences. So what if I put a semicolon after demand? Well, the first thing wouldn't be a sentence. In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand. A demand for what? And then the second one, would the second one be a complete thought? For environmentally friendly business practices? Nope. So a semicolon cannot live there for multiple reasons. It's just no comma, no punctuation. Read the punctuation. Read and listen for stutters. I'm going to read answer choice D, and do you hear a stutter? Let's try it. In today's marketplace, there is a growing demand for environmentally friendly business practices. Nope. That's how a native English speaker would say that sentence. If I can say my own sentence. Ugh. All right, let's keep going. 13. Though there is limited evidence that greening initiatives increase employee morale, small businesses also stand to gain by going green. A 2014 University of Arkansas study found that the benefits of environmental initiatives were actually higher for small businesses than for Fortune 500 companies. All right, so the question says, at this point, the writer wants to present an argument that will be refuted in the next part of the sentence. So that's this part. Just maybe I can bracket it. We're going to introduce something that's refuted by the second half of this paragraph. And that should be answer choice C. While some claim that only large, this is the thing we're going to refute. While some claim that only large corporations can afford to invest in eco-minded initiatives, small businesses also stand to gain by going green. So that was what we got rid of this. Now we're contrasting large with small. So this is the large corporation over here. It's actually higher for the small businesses. So that would present an argument that will then be refuted by this bit. So 13 was C. All right. Now we have another question about illogical comparisons and logical comparisons. We can only compare like things to make sense. All right, do we have a logical comparison? Do we have an illogical comparison? So while some claim that only large corporations can afford to invest in eco-minded initiatives, small businesses also stand to gain by going green. A 2014 University of Arkansas study found that the benefits of environmental initiatives were actually higher for small businesses than for Fortune 500 companies. So we can compare benefits for one with benefits for the other, which would be A, no change for this one. You see how answer choice D, I would be comparing benefits of environmental initiatives to the entirety of Fortune 500 companies, not their environmental initiatives. Everything that makes a Fortune 500 company a Fortune 500 company. You know, I can't make that comparison. So that one's out. So even though that was one word, answer choice A was 2 words. Answer choice B was 4 words, the wordy one. Answer choice C was 5 words. This one was a no change. So even though it's maybe slightly wordier than answer choice D, it has to remain logical. And I can't compare the benefits of environmental initiatives to the entirety of Fortune 500 companies. It just doesn't make any sense. So watch out for logical comparisons on the SAT. They are on the SAT. Let's go on to 15. Founded in 1976, AJ's Auto Repair is a shop that has succeeded in improving its bottom line through an eco-friendly approach. Which choice provides the most effective transition from the previous paragraph? So we want an effective transition here. And remember what the previous paragraph was about. I'll write it here just in case you forget. Okay, that's what the previous paragraph was about. We want an effective transition from that to the next paragraph. Founded in 1976, AG's Auto Repair is a shop. That's not a very good transition, right? I would think that maybe I stumbled onto the next passage if I just suddenly read this, because it comes out of left field. I thought I was learning about businesses going green, and now I'm learning about AJ's repair shop. It comes out of nowhere. It doesn't provide a nice transition from the previous paragraph, but this one does. Answer choice D makes a perfect transition from talking about businesses going green. Not only we know about businesses are going green, okay, one such business, AJ's Auto Repair in Salem, do we care that they were founded in 1976? All we care is that they're just one of the businesses we were just talking about. Now it's pertinent. Now everything's good. Now we're not talking about an AJ's Auto Repair shop founded in 1976. Just doesn't make any sense. It's not a good transition. That would be a poor transition. Poor transition. All right, let's look at 16. Which choice best maintains the tone and style of the passage? By burning used oil for heat instead of chucking it out, the company saves up to $10,000 per year. So for this question, for question 16, they're testing you on formal versus informal. So typically, the SAT maintains a formal style and objective tone, and it avoids informal language, such as chucking it out. It's informal. Junking it, that's very informal. You might talk about junking your car or junking your old heap to your buddies, but you're not talking about that on the SAT. The SAT maintains a formal style and objective tone. You're not tossing it out. Which sounds most sophisticated? Disposing of it? Or tossing it out, junking it? I mean, there's another issue you have to think about here too. And that is just, there's something else I did want to mention. You should keep any kind of extraneous information that you may yourself know out of the SAT. Don't bring anything from your brain, any external sources, anything that's churning around in there, telling you, like, just leave it, just go with what's in the passage. What do I mean by this? Maybe you start wondering yourself, okay, how green is this company? They're burning their used motor oil instead of, I don't know, perhaps recycling it, sending it back to the refinery. Is combusting it the proper method of recycling used petroleum? But for the purpose of the SAT, whatever is in your own head, just throw it out the window. Just go with what's in the passage. All I know, I was just reading what I just read. AJ's is extremely eco-friendly. They burn their fuel. That's fine. Just go with what the test actually says. Don't start thinking in your own head that this is, it's going to lend you down a rabbit hole. Just be aware of that. All they're testing you on here is formal versus informal. So I think I digressed a little bit here, but that is important. Don't get caught up in what the passage is actually saying and wondering if it's right or wrong. Just go with what it says. Make it grammatically correct. Worry about, the details. They'll figure all that out later, right? Okay, let's see. 17. Okay. I'm going to read the sentence as written. Perhaps we can simplify it. Indeed, AJ's has saved a total of more than $200,000 over a 10-year period from its greening efforts. All right. So I told you that the wordy answer choices are often the incorrect answer choices and that the concise answer choices are often the right answer choices. Let's try it. Answer choice A is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Answer choice B is 2 words. Answer choice C is 3 words. Answer choice D is a wordy 4 words. Let's see if answer choice B makes this simpler and easier to understand, at least according to the College Board. I'm going to reread the sentence. Let's see if it's simpler. Yeah, indeed, AJ's has saved more than $200,000 over a 10-year period from its greening efforts. So here, yes, the concise answer choice was the right answer choice. This is often the case on the SAT. It's gone to the point where I just count the number of words and I start with the concise answer choice. It's not always the correct one, but most of the time, and I never work my way up to the wordy answer choices. I just never find myself doing that. All right, let's look at 18. Avoid wordiness. Let's look at 18. Another small business that has made sustainability. I gotta go down further. Sorry. Transcendentalist. Okay, while most dental offices rely on wasteful disposable products, Transcendentalist, however, introduced a line of reusable supplies, including cotton cloth head rests. Okay, so we have some options here. I'm going to do my first thing. I'm just going to count the number of words. Answer choice A was 2 words. Answer choice B is 2 words. Answer choice C is 2 words. Answer choice D is only 1 word. Do you think it's maybe the 1 word answer choice that's correct here? But why is it the case? Why? Where are these extra words coming from? Typically it's redundancy, and that's what we have here. A is redundant. It's wrong, but it's redundant. Redundancy is making it longer. You know why? While is already in our sentence. So because the word while is already in our sentence, we cannot have the word however here. Redundant. One or the other. So redundant, I'll just say that the however is redundant. Because we can't take this while out. That's why it's answer choice D. So yes, the longer answer choices are long. They are longer typically because of redundancy. Or something that shouldn't be there. It's convoluted, it should be rephrased, it should be stated in a simple way. The College Board likes shortened to the sweet. If you're making your writing needlessly complex and over embellished, flowery, the College Board considers that sophomoric. All right, let's keep going. 19. Green initiatives also strengthen a company's image, which can yield tangible results. So 19 says, which choice results in the most effective transition to the next sentence? Well, step 1 is read the next sentence. So let's look at the next sentence. Here's the next sentence. The founder of AJ's, Bob Anderson, estimates that the company's green reputation has increased its customer base by at least 18%. Okay? So it says, which choice results in the most effective transition to the next sentence? Well, this would actually be A, no change. That would be tangible benefits. Money is tangible. Tangible just means you can touch it. So you can touch money. This pen is a tablet device, pen, pencil, whatever they call this thing is. Stylus. This is tangible. You can touch it. Money is tangible. You can touch it. What about increasing your customer base by at least 18%? Yes, that would create more money. Money is tangible. So that would be an effective transition to the next sentence, talking about tangible benefits, because money is tangible. Okay, good. Okay, let's look at 20. Oh no, sorry, I answered the wrong question. We haven't done 20 yet. 20 is actually not A. I was trying to answer this one. I think I put it in the wrong place. Yeah, we haven't done 20 yet. 19 was A, no change. So the best transition is to leave it the way it is. We're talking about tangible benefits. Money is tangible. Now we're on to 20. I was getting ahead of myself. The founder of AJ's. All right, should I put this thing up again? Maybe I will. Why not? All right, so the least intensive way of offsetting your parenthetical information in English would be to use parentheses. The next most intensive way of offsetting your parenthetical information in English would be to use commas. And the most intensive way of offsetting your parenthetical information, your non-essential information, would be the strong M dash. Whoa, that's a really long one. I think there. Okay. So what do we have here for 20? The founder of AJ's, comma, Bob Anderson, comma, estimates. So that's the way it should be. No comma there. Ugh, maybe I can remove this comma without obscuring the sentence. That's what I was trying to do. No comma. Okay, let's try this again, which is answer choice B. I should have probably just selected the answer that make it clearly what I was trying to say. The founder of AJ's, that's our opening comma. So we opened it with a comma. The founder of AJ's, Bob Anderson. Now we're going to close him. Now we know who he is. We've offset our parenthetical information with our parentheses. Estimates, we don't need a comma. You could check it. You could read for a stutter here and see if there should be some punctuation there, but there should not. I'm going to read it quickly. The founder of AJ's, Bob Anderson, estimates that the company's green reputation has increased its customer base by at least 18%. I am going to read the punctuation. Read the colon. Read the semicolon. Let's try it. Let's try answer choice C. Is there a stutter? The founder of AJ's, Bob Anderson, estimates that the company's green reputation has increased its customer base. That was the stutter right there. I kind of messed that one up. But you get the idea, right? Listen for stutters. Read the colon. Listen, use your ears, use your head as you're reading this quietly, taking the test. So that one was B. Now we are on to 21. Anderson assures that the company stays in compliance with government regulations. One would hope. I'm guessing that's not the right answer. Which choice provides a second example that is most similar to the one in the previous sentence? So the one in the previous sentence would be this. The increasing the customer base, that thing with the tangible benefit of that we were talking about. We want something that's similar to that. We want something similar to that, but it's going to be with that other company. It's not going to be about AJ's. It's going to be about Transcendentalist, which is D. Which choice provides a second example that is most similar to the one in the previous sentence? So we have this example, the increasing your customer base, the tangible benefit of that. The other example would be this. If Transcendentalist, this is actually pretty similar. Transcendentalist attracts up to 40 new clients. That's tangible benefit every month, thanks in part to media attention for its green initiatives. So that's very similar to the way AJ's is increasing its reputation as a green company. So that's why that one is D. Let's look at 22. So here they're testing you on vocabulary. They like to test you on homophones, homonyms. These are words that sound similar but are different. This is actually not even a correct homophone. These are actually just, they kind of sound slightly similar, but respective, perspective, respective, prospective, receptive. We'll go over what everything is. Let's read it as written first. Companies with eco-friendly practices appeal not only to environmentally conscious clientele, but also to prospective, with an E, prospective employees. That's incorrect. So if you have a particular perspective, spectate, you see the root in that word, that means you have a viewpoint, a perspective, a vantage point. But it doesn't mean the same thing as prospective, which means you're looking for a job. Prospectors, you ever see those or hear about those guys out old west? They take their axes and their shovels. They try to dig up gold. Prospective clients. So they're out there trying to find, they're prospectors, they're trying to find gold. Here, companies with eco-friendly practices appeal not only to environmentally conscious clientele, but also to prospective employees. So people who are looking for jobs. Receptive just means reception. It wouldn't make any sense here either. Respective wouldn't make any sense. Our respective employees would mean my employee and your employee. but that wouldn't make any sense here. Prospective with a, yeah, P-R-O, not perspective. Okay, so yeah, kind of a homophone, kind of a hominin. Not quite, but I can see what they're trying to do. Definitely trying to trick you. Let's look at 23. We're on to a new passage. Yay. We're getting this done. All right, so storied architecture. Well, I see a bunch of pronouns as answer choices, so I'm guessing I'm just going to write down that they're testing you on pronoun antecedent agreement for 23. Okay. His Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo, in Russia, features a 2-story, 150-meter wide circular base on top of which is placed 4 differently sized rectangular prisms tiled in uneven herringbone patterns of transparent and colored glass panels. So, of course, we need plural verbs when we're referring to plural objects. Are. So I'm going to reread the sentence. It's just pronoun. It's a subject-verb agreement. So are placed. Yeah, let me reread this sentence. His Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo in Russia, features a 2-story, 150-meter wide circular base on top of which are placed 4 differently sized rectangular prisms. So they are placed. 4 things are placed. You can't say 4 things is placed. 4 rectangularly sized rectangular prisms are placed. Just testing you on subject-verb agreement. A verb must agree with its subject and number. All right, 24. Okay. Another of Adjay's projects, the Francis A. Gregory Neighborhood Library in Washington, D.C., features exterior walls that resemble a tilted chalkboard, alternating clear and opaque. I'm trying to exaggerate those pauses. Alternating clear and opaque squares create a geometric diamond pattern. This colon doesn't belong there. I'll just tell you that right away, because I was trying to read the sentence and it was impeding my ability to read the sentence. All right. Yeah, I'm not saying that we don't need a colon. It just doesn't go there. Okay, so we use colons for a few reasons in English. Maybe there's like 4 reasons for using a colon. Maybe I'll just write this down here. All right, we use them for lists. We use them for descriptions. We use them for explanations. And we use them for definitions. That's it. That's all. Those are all the ways that you'll that you'll correctly see a colon used in English. We use them for lists of things. They work great for lists. We use them when we want to describe things, and we use them when we want to explain things, and we use them for dictionary definitions. Those are all the reasons that you will commonly see a colon in English. And we do need a colon for this reason, for the reason of a description. Yeah, reason of a description. Go back to where it was. It's for a description and an explanation. Description or explanation. But this is the idea here. So the colon doesn't go here, it goes here, which is answer choice D. Okay. So the colon just came too soon. I said that whatever goes in front of the colon has to be a complete thought. Let's check that first. That's step 1. I'm going to try it. Another of Adjay's projects, the Francis A. Gregory Neighborhood Library in Washington, D.C., features exterior walls that resemble a tilted chalkboard, period. So it works. We could put a colon there because it fulfills our rule. Whatever goes in front of the colon is a complete sentence, complete thought. Whatever follows the colon may or may not be. And here, it's just describing what a tilted checkerboard is. Alternating clear and opaque squares create a geometric diamond pattern. So just a description of the checkerboard, or an exclamation of what a checkerboard is. Same thing, kind of, really, however you want to think of it. We're either describing it or explaining it, but that's what we're doing here with this colon. That is one of the main reasons we use it. I just made it into like a semicolon. That is one of the main reasons we use a colon in English. We use them for descriptions and explanations. Really, lists. Probably the main reason you'll see colons with lists. All right, that was 24. Let's move on to 25. Adjay's architecture firm is staffed with professionals who represent a wide range of architectural perspectives. Which choice most effectively establishes the main topic of the paragraph? So I might read a little further just so I know what this paragraph's about. Let's go down a little bit. So he reviews the research about the locale. He considers local governing structure and issues of social justice. Databases provide him with geologic information. He studies the history of the people. He even employs a team of social scientists. Wow. So the choice that most effectively establishes the main topic of this paragraph would be D. What is common to Adjay's buildings is something that can't be seen, a deeply research-focused design process. He hires his whole team of social scientists. That's research-focused. He considers local governing structures and social justice. That's research-focused. He considers the geology, the rocks that are around his building. That's research-focused. So that effectively establishes the main topic of this paragraph. Pretty much every sentence in this paragraph is about all the research that he and his team do. 26. I'm going to read the word. I'm going to read it as written. All right. For each project, Adjay reviews extensive research about the locale where the building will be constructed. 2 words. Reviews and examines lots of extensive research about the locale. Wow. 6 words, I think. All right. He reviews a lot of extensive research. Was that 5 words? Examines and reviews the research. So I like that. This is a good question for. Often there are 2 ways to approach an English question on the writing section of the SAT. There are 2 doors. Think about it this way. So we would have an English teacher door, and we also have a strategy door. And here, the strategy door is count the number of words. You're really doing yourself a disservice if you're not counting the number of words on the SAT, at least the writing section. Because the wordy answer choices are often the incorrect answer choice. We see that right here. So yeah, A is the correct answer choice. But why is A the correct answer choice? And the answer, what the English teacher would say, well, it's redundancy. And redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT. These extra words are coming from somewhere. It's redundant. I'll show you. So for each project, Adjay reviews. Well, if he's reviewing something, we know he's examining lots of extensive. This is so redundant. If you're reviewing something, you're examining it. So these are redundant. Lots of something. First of all, that's informal. But we know it's extensive if there's lots of it. So it's super redundant. A lot of extensive, that's also redundant. C is redundant too. Examining something and reviewing something is the same thing. That one's redundant. It's just A. The simple way of phrasing it. For each project, Adjay reviews extensive research about the locale. So watch out for redundancy. Or if you just want to count the number of words, start with that strategy, then work to a better understanding that, okay, these things are getting longer because they're redundant. Why are these things so long? Well, just repetition, unnecessary or excessive repetition. That's what redundancy is. Let's look at 27. Okay. He considers the local governing structure and issues of social justice. So we are just in present tense. This is a no change. That's fine. We're not past tense. He had considered something that would make any sense. He's still making buildings. So we just want nice present tense. He considers the local governing structure when he's doing these types of things. 28. Adjay's design processes. Okay. That his architecture firm employs. Let me read the whole sentence. So central is this research to Adjay's design processes that his architecture firm employs a team of social scientists. Okay, so answer choice A is out because the possession is in the wrong place. We don't want possession for processes. We want possession for Ajay. Ajay's design process singular. We're not trying to give possession to the processes. That's what I'm trying to say here. So this would mean many Ajays. Answer choice C would mean many Ajays have possession of a single design process. I think we can all agree that we only have one Ajay. I'm guessing answer choice D is multiple Ajays. It's out. Answer choice B gives us one Ajay. He possesses a single design process. Let's try it. Ajay's design process. So central is this research to Ajay's design process that his architecture firm employs a team of social scientists. Bingo. So just be careful you understand how apostrophe work, how possession works, especially plural possession. It's a little different than singular possession. But here we have a singular entity. It's just one AJ, or Ajay, sorry. Probably Ajay. Okay, let's keep going. 29. This research process can inform Ajay's designs for any number of ways. Let's go down further. 29. Okay, sorry. 29. By contrast, one type of headwear that recurred in the figures captured Ajay's imagination. The structure of this headwear, 3 inverted pyramids nested one atop the other, became the shape of the museum. So they will test you on transitional words and phrases. By contrast, we don't need an adversarial transition. It just doesn't make any sense here. We're not going backwards. We're not going the other direction by contrast. For these reasons, this sounds inherently convoluted and wordy. It's 3 words when a thus or a therefore would suffice. So I think it's wordy. I'm going to cross it off. I think in particular makes the most sense in here, because this is a particular type of headwear. It makes perfect sense. He's talking about one type of headwear specifically. That's why you would use this transition. So in particular, one type of headwear that recurred in the figures captured Ajay's imagination. We're going to combine sentences effectively at the underlined portion, so I hope you guess what we're going to do. Of course, we're going to count the number of words as we do this. Answer choice A was 8 words. Answer choice B was 9 words long, a wordy 9 words. Answer choice C was only 7 words long. Answer choice D was 7 words. Oh no. Well, we can rule 2 out, but how do we pick? How do we pick? Well, we have a problem. We have a comma place wrong right here. All right, let me read it. This one, answer choice D is a common splice run-on. I'm going to read the incorrect version first. All right, so in particular, one type of headwear that recurred in the figures capturing Ajay's imagination, comma, the structure of it, 3 inverted pyramids nested one on top of the other became the shape of the museum. So yeah, we have a run-on. That doesn't make any sense. So it's out. Yeah, that was easier than I thought, actually. This one's just C. Let me read the correct version. In particular, one type of headwear that recurred in the figures so captured Ajay's imagination that its structure, 3 inverted pyramids nested one on top of the other, became the shape of the museum. Very cool. 31. At this point, the writer wants to reinforce the main point being made in the paragraph with a quotation from Ajay. Which of the following quotations from a lecture Ajay gave in 2016 best accomplishes this goal? All right, so let's think about this paragraph first. We're at this last paragraph here. All right, I guess we have a little bit more. We're at this paragraph here, which is all about some recent projects of his, the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, and the headwear, right? So this particular type of headwear that captured his imagination. So we want a sentence that sums up that idea. Let's see if we can eliminate some of these answer choices. This museum, Ajay says, comes into being after a 200-year quest to have a museum to really talk about the contribution of the African American community to the identity of America. I don't think that's what this particular paragraph specifically is about. That's a broader statement. I don't think it applies well to this paragraph, and I don't think that it reinforces the main claim of this paragraph. It's a fine statement, but it just doesn't belong. Let's try C. According to Ajay, we started with the Yoruba in West Africa because essentially the Yoruba were the greatest craftsmen. Maybe a true statement, but it doesn't reflect the main idea of this paragraph, and I don't think it belongs in this paragraph. Even though the Yoruba are in our paragraph, I think that this is more of a detail and less of a main idea. I think C is out. Think main idea, we're trying to reinforce main ideas here. The Yoruba is more of a detail, I think. What about D? In describing the museum, Ajay makes the distinction that it's a narrative museum, so it's not about precious objects. I don't think that that's the main idea of this paragraph either. It's just B. This would reflect the main idea of the paragraph and would work here. Ajay stated that he wanted to see if he could create a museum where the figure and the form of the museum spoke to the story of the silhouette from the immediate perception of it. That's what we're talking about here. And that goes back to the headwear. So just by seeing this museum, you're instantly it just try this how else I could describe this. But it does reinforce the main idea of the paragraph. None of the other answer choices do. But the idea that this museum, where the figure and the form of the museum speaks to the story of the silhouette, that fits best here. That provides the best quotation. The other quotations just don't neatly fit. Do you see how this fits with the headwear? Hopefully you do. All right, let's look to 32. Other architects, of course, conduct and rely on research when they design buildings, but Ajay's body of work has been defined by it. Okay, so this is actually correct. So here we have a coordinating conjunction but, and the coordinating conjunction but does take a comma. So this is correct. There would be a comma here, and then the word but. However, we would need a semicolon to make this work, so it's out. We can't add it. Deleting it would create a run-on, comma place run-on. Nonetheless, would also be a run-on. They would all be run-ons. However, would be a run-on if you didn't put a semicolon in there. Okay, 33. Whether or not you like Ajay's buildings, you have to admit they're interesting to look at. Which choice results in the most effective conclusion for the passage? So I think right off the bat, you can immediately throw this one out because it is vague. It's informal. And it's inappropriate. Let me read that again. Whether or not you like Ajay's buildings, you have to admit they're interesting to look at. Yikes. So for so many reasons, that one's gone. Answer choice C. In his career thus far, Ajay has provided us with many spectacular buildings, each of which has some very interesting features. This sounds vague. And puts on display his considerable talent as an architect. I'm going to call it vague. C's out. Architecture firms that don't include a similar research-based approach would do well to consider implementing one. I think that's inappropriate. And that's not the point of paragraph or the passage. It's just not. The correct answer is answer choice B. Because of this process, each building tells a unique story, if not about Ajay's aesthetic style, then about the place in which and the people for whom it is built. Please pick the most sophisticated sounding answer. Please don't pick vague, informal, inappropriate answers of whether or not you like Ajay's buildings. You have to admit it's something to look at. It's just so bad. All right, 33. It's done. All right, we're on to the last passage. That didn't take too long. A voice from the ancient past. Okay, this was an interesting passage. All right, let's look at the first sentence, the first question. She held the important political role of high priestess in Mesopotamia's first major empire near present-day Iraq and Kuwait in the 23rd century BCE. Wow. So this is some of the oldest writing that we have, actually. Let's count the number of words in honor of Enheduanna. So answer choice A is 3 words. Answer choice B is 4 words. Answer choice C is 6 words long. Answer choice D is 5 words long. Let's see what was making those sentences longer. It's redundancy. It's redundancy. It's redundancy. If someone is significant, of course they're important. Something is the position of we know a position is a role, so that's redundant. And we know if something's a role, it's a position, that's redundant. So the concise answer choice was answer choice A. She held the important political role of high priestess. Count the number of words, please. Please, please, please. On test day, please do it. Just do it for me, if for no one else. 35. Which choice most effectively sets up the main idea of the passage? All right, I'm going to read the sentence as written. The discovery of these artifacts has led scholars to reevaluate the popular notion that the gods and goddesses of the Mesopotamian Empire were similar to those of the ancient Greeks. And that's not the main idea of this passage. A's out. That's not even close. Maybe a somewhat loosely related detail that there are some other civilizations, other ancient civilizations. I don't know. It doesn't belong in the passage. All right, so we want to set up the main idea of the passage, which is about rhetoric. This whole passage is about rhetoric and how this may be some of the earliest form of rhetoric that we've ever found, which is B. The study of rhetoric's history should start with, no, sorry, that's wrong, not B. Yeah, B is right, sorry. Okay, so the discovery of these artifacts has led scholars to reevaluate. Like, let's look back. Aristotle didn't create rhetoric. Rhetoric must have existed before the ancient Greeks. Okay. So that is the main idea of this passage. This passage is about rhetoric, and we're going to see more of it. Okay, let's look at 36. Which choice provides the most effective transition from the previous sentence to the information that follows in the paragraph? All right, and 36, as written, says the importance of a religion to the Mesopotamians is reflected in a calcite disc dated to around 2300 BCE, discovered in 1926 when a British archaeologist was excavating the Temple of Ur. So we want effective transition, the most effective transition to the disc. So if it's on display in the Penn Museum's Middle East galleries, that's not the best transition. We were just talking about rhetoric. So we want a transition from rhetoric to the disc, which is right here. Answer choice C. So if this is the earliest example of rhetoric, that'd be a good transition to talking about it, right? So let me now that I've changed it, let me reread the sentence. I'm going to even reread the sentence before it because I think it fits. This is like one of those like a glove moments. Researchers suggest that Enheduanna's writings contain clear examples of establishing ethos, a rhetorical strategy through which authors persuade an audience of their credibility. The earliest example of such writing can be found in a calcite disc dated to around 2300 BCE, and then they're going to keep telling you about the rhetoric. Okay, so the disc front contains an inscribed image that depicts Enheduanna overseeing a religious procession. And we can count the number of words, I guess. But really we just have to figure out what we need. Do we need a colon, or sorry, do we need a semicolon? Do we need a comma? So let's just try. Let's just try some of them. Let's look at A. The disc's front contains an inscribed image that depicts Edwana overseeing a religious procession. Comma. The back includes her written dedication of the artifact to Nana, the god of the moon. Well, you know what that is? Comma's place run-on. We have two things that could each be sentences, punctuated as one. Just throw a comma in there. Try to throw a comma in there. Doesn't help. You still have a run-on sentence. A comma is not strong enough punctuation to do that, to join two independent clauses. Just can't do it. But you know what can? Semicolon to the rescue. It's the main function of a semicolon. Let's put a semicolon in there because you can use a semicolon to join two independent clauses, two things that could each be sentences if they are related to or contrast one another. Let's try it. The disc's front contains an inscribed image that depicts Enheduanna overseeing a religious procession, semicolon. The back includes her written dedication of the artifact to Nana, the god of the moon. So just remember, semicolons, they will be there on test day. The College Board loves semicolons. It's their favorite punctuation. I don't know why they love them. 38, just a few more questions. All right, 38. Later, she directly asked the goddess Inanna to give her back her old job, referring to their personal relationship. So, of course, they are testing you on formal versus informal. If we didn't realize that, of course, we could also count the number of words. That's also a good strategy. Answer choice A is 6 words. Answer choice B is also 6 words. Answer choice C is 3 words. And answer choice D is 4 words. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is going to be the shortest answer choice here, but let's discuss formal versus informal, because we can definitely eliminate some answer choices just based on what they're testing you on here. So give her back her old job sounds extremely informal. There are so many other ways we've deviated from the formal style and objective tone of this passage. If we're talking about her getting her old job back, she's been deceased since 2300 BCE or longer. It's like, yeah, getting her old job back is informal. It's out. Let her have some clout again. That sounds very informal. It's gone. All right, we have restore her to power, which sounds correct, and revive her hegemony, which sounds incorrect. Well, what's hegemony? Hegemony does work. Hegemony would work. Hegemony is the power, it is authority to dictate commands to others. It would make sense for a priestess to have hegemony. But revive her hegemony wouldn't work. Revive is wrong. It's not quite the right word. They like to pick near words. Near words. Words that almost would work. It's not correct. Hegemony also sounds stuffy here. Perhaps this is a little too stuffy. It sounds like someone was just reaching for a thesaurus because he or she didn't know what she was writing. This doesn't sound like skillful revision. If someone selected C over D, I would question that, even though it's technically one word shorter. But like I said, it doesn't always work. 9 times out of 10. I think this is the first time on this entire SAT that I've counted the number of words, and it hasn't just immediately worked, but it still eliminated the really, really wordy ones. So just be aware. It's a strategy. I use it every time I take one of these. All right. So they will test you on formal versus informal. 39. Okay. Might your heart not be appeased towards me, great exalted lady? I have recited this song for you. Scholars suggest that the use of first person again establishes ethos because she is identifying herself to gods and mortals alike as the author of this song. Hopefully you heard that stutter. I tried to exaggerate it. 39, as written, was a stutter. Answer choice B is correct. Okay, let me read this again. 39. Okay. Later, she directly asked the goddess Inanna to restore her power, referring to their personal relationship. Might your heart not be appeased towards me, great exalted lady? I have recited this song for you. Scholars suggest that the use of first person again establishes ethos because she is identifying herself to gods and mortals alike as the author of this song. Yeah, no commas are necessary. So as is a subordinating conjunction. Yeah, no commas. This one's answer choice B is correct. 39. I'll just make a note of this. It's a subordinating conjunction. I don't think I have room to spell subordinating here. Sorry. But just trust me. As is a subordinating conjunction, or dependent as is a subordinating conjunction, and it introduces subordinate clauses or dependent clauses. It's the same thing. So you have a main clause. I'll just write the note here. Main clause. That's just an independent clause, something that could be a sentence. Main clause. No comma. And then you have your dependent clause, your subordinate clause. So if you start with the main clause and you use a coordinating conjunction as, there'll be no comma, which is answer choice B. I'm going to reread it again. I've read it enough. But this is the rule here. If you have a main clause and you're using a coordinating conjunction subordinating. So it is subordinating. It is the dependent clause. No comma. If you reverse the sentence, if you start with a dependent clause, you would have a comma if you ended with the main clause. It's a lot of grammar today, I know, but hopefully this is a helpful review for you. Let's look at 40. In addition, as researcher Roberta Binkley points out, her appeal to the sympathies of Inanna and her readers when describing her difficult situation have shown pathos, the rhetorical strategy of persuasion using emotion. So 40 is A, no change. We have many sympathies. So we wouldn't add possession to the many sympathies. That's incorrect. We wouldn't add possession to the many sympathies and the readers, plural. We wouldn't give them possession. That wouldn't make any sense. The of gives. You see this of there. I'm gonna make a note here. The of creates the possession. So you don't have to use apostrophes. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So that's why those are wrong. Sympathies of Nana and her readers. Just many sympathies of these two people. So the of gives it possession, so we don't need to do any kind of crazy whatever they're doing here. All right, 41. Never hurts to start with count the number of words. All right, let's read the sentence. All right. In addition, as researcher Roberta Binkley points out, her appeal to the sympathies of Inanna and her readers when describing her difficult situation shows pathos. The rhetorical strategy of using emotion. So here we just need present tense. And this is just a convention. The convention is that when you're talking about historic writers, you talk about them in the present tense. So we say Shakespeare utilizes the stage convention of a bear in this play for an exit. Or Shakespeare utilizes irony in this scene. That's present tense. You wouldn't say Shakespeare utilized irony in his play. You don't speak. The reason the convention exists is like, I don't know, maybe a strange idea that these people sort of live on forever, eternal in their works, and that's why we always refer to them in the present tense and never in the past, because their work is eternal. Shakespeare's work is going nowhere, and that's why this is present tense. Let me reread it. In addition, as researcher Roberta Binkley, see if I can mess up her name one more time, points out, her appeal to the sympathies of Inanna and her readers when describing her difficult situation shows pathos. She shows pathos, even though this is long ago. Yeah. Okay, her appeal to the sympathies shows pathos, the rhetorical strategy of using emotion. Okay, good. 42, to make this paragraph most logical, sentence 5 goes where? Here's sentence 5. It is in the wrong place. It's much too late. So hopefully you realize the clue. Let's find a clue. Here's a clue. Look at this, sentence 2. One of her most famous is the exaltation of Inanna, which tells the story of a political uprising that temporarily ended Enheduanna's role as high priestess. I think it goes right after 2. Yeah, it has to. That's our clue. So now we get the song. Now we get the most famous song, which is right here, sentence 5. So this is their most famous song, sentence 5. I'm just going to bracket it. And once you moved it, always read it back to back in its new home. It should fit like a glove. I'm going to try it here. Enheduanna's many hymns also incorporate rhetorical devices. One of her most famous is the exaltation of Inanna, which tells the story of a political uprising that temporarily ended Enheduanna's role as high priestess. When she describes her political exile, she writes, "I approached that shade, but I was covered with a storm." Later, she directly asks the goddess Inanna to restore her to power. Do you see how it fits like a glove? They write these correctly first, and then they mess them up. So it really shows, when you put it back together like a puzzle, it really shows that you've done it correctly. And they always give you clues. There are always clues in the passage, so you can sequence the information correctly for these sequencing questions. They have to give you clues, otherwise these would be impossible. They have to make it so specific that that sentence can only logically go in one place in an entire paragraph. And they do. They do a good job of it. Okay, 43. Last two questions. Last two questions and some math. Okay. Although writers throughout history will be applying rhetorical techniques to express opinions. So which tense are we in? That would be future. Are we in present tense? Maybe we're in past tense. I don't think we're in future tense. That sounds strange to me. Although writers throughout history will be applying rhetorical techniques to express opinions, that sounds crazy. Although writers throughout history are applying rhetorical techniques to we have to be in past tense. Just have to be. Although writers throughout history have applied rhetorical techniques to express opinions, scholars typically associate the origins of devices such as ethos and pathos with ancient Greece, considering that they name them. All right, 44. The writer is considering deleting the underlined portion. No, don't delete it. It so belongs. Let me reread it. Sorry, I even kind of... I paraphrased it the first time anyway. Scholars typically associate the origins of devices such as ethos and pathos with ancient Greece, especially since Greek philosopher Aristotle coined the terms. Today, analysis of Enheduanna's writing is influencing how scholars think about effective communication and adds to their understanding of how rhetoric emerged. We would lose a vital detail if this were deleted, so it should be kept because it explains why certain rhetorical devices are thought to have originated in ancient Greece, even though they didn't, but just because they were named by Aristotle and the Greeks wrote at length, ad nauseum about rhetoric. So that's why. But I'm just going to put a note. We would lose a vital detail if we omitted this. All right, and so now that's all of the English on the SAT, on the May 2021 SAT. I am now going to hand you over to my colleague for some no calculated math, if she is ready. So would you welcome Chris?
Hello, everyone. So,
yeah, here's the stylus. I might have to adjust this camera too. You're a little shorter than I am.
And then I'm going to move down to...
Yeah, I'll move you down. You just keep moving.
Okay. So as we mentioned... Okay. We are from Eton Prep, which is our organization. And we're just going over the May test for you now. Just a couple of some housekeeping information. I'm certified in math and English and have been doing SAT prep for almost 30 years because it makes such a difference and it's very rewarding. And taught in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Teacher for 30 years. My son James, who's the English person, but he can do the math as well, was a National Merit finalist, and also he graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Penn State in English. So I'm just going to give you a couple credentials. Also, if you're interested in taking our course, it's very affordable. We will send you a box of materials, paper, pencil, materials to do a 36-hour comprehensive course where you will interact with us in the chat room. So now we're just doing an overarching review of a test, but you will go through in much more depth each area with many, many problems. We had 3 perfect math scores in our last year from our online program. So wherever you are, if you're interested, just go to our website, to the register component and put in that you want the online program, because it's very structured and we're friendly people and you might enjoy relating to a person, and we're going to go over all the material you need with a lot of practice. And again, you'll be engaged in a chat room where you can ask us questions. We give you 3 tests that we will analyze for you that don't count officially, but you'll mail us your bubble sheets. We'll analyze it for you in depth, send it back, and so practice makes perfect. Okay, just going along here, 2 lines intersect as shown. The math goes,
a little bit.
The math goes from easy to hard. So the shark-infested waters will be at the end. So the first part will be fairly easy, but as you probably have discovered, the math went to the Common Core, and so it's very easy to get a perfect score on the SAT now. Those high math aptitudinal problems are no longer here. It's a little hard to write on this vertical surface barrel, but anyway, so vertical angles are equal, so we're just going to set these angles equal. This should be an easy one. Add 35, 40 equals 2x, so x equals 20. Perhaps on your test the math problems were in a different order. Here is an absolute value question. We want the positive solution. 2x minus 4 is 8. Just add 4. And again, if you want to skip to the questions you had difficulty with, we understand that. Divide by 2. We average about a 100-point increase in math and about 60 to 70 increase in verbal. We go through all the grammar rules. Jimmy covered them as he was going through. So this one, we have 4 xxx plus 2 times 4 times xx. We can take out a 4x, which will give us x squared.
You can take out a 4x squared.
Oh yeah, we can take out a 4x squared, which will give us x squared plus 2, which is answer choice C. And again, another strategy would be to use the answer choices, just distribute these, and you would see that C equals the thing where you're given. Okay, moving on. Oh, we're up in this corner. Number 4. Always look at the prompt, because we want to get 6N. Train yourself to look at the prompt, because a lot of times they'll have a different answer there, and if you haven't looked for the prompt, you won't obviously get the right answer. So we're just dividing both sides by 24. So n is a half. Then we'll do 6 times a half, which will just be 3. Okay, looking at 5. Well, quadrilaterals add up to 360 degrees. So, flying like an eagle above the problem, which is a strategy I like to use, you notice we have x plus 90 degrees plus 2x minus 5 plus x plus 35. So we're in for answer choice A. Not so bad. Whoops.
You zoomed in?
I zoomed it accidentally. Okay.
All right, next page.
Yeah, next page. And like I said, if you took the MAID test, your problems may be in another order. So we have a right triangle, ABC. AC is 12, A is 40 degrees. Which do we need to solve, which of the following can be determined using the information given? Okay. So, could we find all the information if we knew C? Well, we already do know C anyway, but yes.
Now they're saying that could you find C using what you have already?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you could find, we just did it. You could find C doing it already. Could you find a B?
Like SOHCAHTOA or
yeah, through SOHCAHTOA. Could you find the side of AB? And that one, you could find AB, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is kind of strange because you could just find it just by adding up to adding up to 180 degrees, kind of. But yeah, you can find both of them. So it's you got C for that one?
Yeah.
Both.
Mm-hmm. So how can we find the length of side AB here, though?
We have A is 40 degrees, so you could do adjacent over hypotenuse.
Yeah, we could use adjacent over hypotenuse. Sorry. Okay. So now we're on to perpendicular lines. And if we have a slope, the perpendicular line, which we go over in our program, is negative the reciprocal. So if we have a slope of 2 over 1, the slope we're going to need is a negative 1/2. A formula they don't give you, but they expect you to use very much, is y equals mx plus b. We're going to put in 4/2 to get, so we know our slope has to be 1/2. Our x is 4. So that will be a minus 2 plus b. Our y here is 2. And so solving for b by adding 2 to both sides, b will be 4. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Okay, moving on to a question with variables. We want to isolate y. They always put this, and you can just cross this off. We want to get the y to stand alone. So we could do a number of things. We could multiply both sides by y. So yc is x. We're trying to get y to stand alone, so we could divide by c. Y equals x over c. Not so bad. Okay, the function f is a linear function. The y-intercept is this. What is the y-intercept of the graph when we add 2? So we're going to add 2 to our function. So we know that the y-intercept was where x is 0, and it's going to go up 2. So it's going to be a negative 10 minus 12 plus 2, which will give us b. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Okay, this one. Which of the following is an appropriate x-intercept of this graph? Well, one thing we do know is we can't divide by 0. Like x cannot be 0 because division by 0 is undefined. And they're trying to get us to divide by 0 in 3. So if we cross off all the 3 values, we have 1 only or 1 and 2. So let's try the values. Could we use a negative 3? Sure. Because even though we have a negative 3 here, we can have a 0 in the numerator. That's totally legal, and we will have a negative 3 in the denominator, which is totally an appropriate intercept. Could we have 2 0? Let's try it. If we put in 2 for x, we will have 5 times 0 over 2. Yes, we can have 0 over 2, but we just cannot divide by 0 because that would be undefined. Moving on to 11. And like I said, in our program, we give you...
So that was C?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't finish Yes, of course it's C. So number 11, good thing here is to pick some values. So if we put 0 in for x, we know y is a -3. Any number to the 0 power is 1. So we can subtract 1. -4 is a -a. And so a would have to be 4. And the easiest thing to sort of look at here is that is the intercept at the origin right there, where the x is 0 and the y is a -3. Okay, we're starting to get into the deep water here. So this one I thought was a little unique because you're not allowed to use a calculator on this one. We can see it's an exponential function. And so what I try to do is we have to have a length in here. So we can sort of look at a 10, if we put 10 in for the L, that's a 10, sorry. Then the Y value may be 3, or they don't expect you to be able to read it, of course. So we're going to try the values, which is a very good strategy to use. So if we put in the length is 10, that would be approximately 2. Well, I'm pretty close with my 3. If we use any other larger number, which is what we're given, for example, if we put 10 in for L here, we would get 123, and that's going to be way too big for a tail area. I know it's hard to write on this surface. But anyway, and so in our program, if you participate, we ask you questions in the chat room and you can respond. So we pretty much could mail you a box wherever you are. So this one would be A, because we already noticed that when we're increasing any larger, the multiplying by L squared is going to take it way up beyond what we need. So doing 13, we have a system which are very common on the test. So what I'm going to do is just simplify this one, dividing everything by 3. So that would give me x plus 2y equals 4. And then I have 8x minus 4y equals 7. So we want to get the x, so I could just multiply everything here by 2. So I will have 8x minus 4y is 7. 2x plus 4y is 4. So these are additive inverses. This should be 8, apologize. Whoa. Because I have to multiply everything by 2 here. Oh, this was a 4 initially before I multiplied it. I meant when I multiplied it down here. This became an 8. So now we have 10x is 15. Dividing by 10. X is 1.5. Thank you, College Board. So we're in the very hard zone here, but not so bad. These questions have been popular on the last couple tests. So here, we're going to try these values. And we notice that there's one solution. So if they're parallel lines with the same slope, there's no solution. If it's the same line, it's infinite solutions. So let's try 2. If we put in 2 here for k, wow, we have parallel lines, so we don't have one solution. We have 0 solutions. So if we try the 5, we could actually figure out the solution, but we don't need to. We could set these equal and discover we don't really have to take it this far. We just have to see that we will have a solution. 3/2. So it does not work for 2. That was the parallel line scenario because there was different y-intercepts, but it does work for 1 or for 2. So it's 2 only. 2 is not 5. Okay, the hardest question in the multiple choice. You have to be familiar with function terminology, which we go over greatly in our function lesson. The given function b models the number of flower beetles in a certain area. T is the number of days, so that's our time. Which of the following is the best interpretation of this? Well, this is the number of beetles we start with. And so that we do not start with 1.11 flower beetles. We start with 100 beetles. So the model predicts that the number of flower beetles in this area increases by 1.1 each day. All right, so
so that was D?
Yeah, so this one's going to be D because we want the rate. So we're going to grow by 1.1 flower beetles every day. Okay, now we're on to the grid-ins. And we want you familiar with all the rule designations so you don't have to spend any time on that on test day. So going through this first grid-in, which isn't too bad, we're putting -6 in for X. We're putting 0 in for Y. So 1/2 of a -6 is a -3. So B is going to be 3. You cannot grid a negative number or a radical into the grid-ins. So here we have a trip, and we want to get the speed of the car, which is the rate, which will be our slope. So if we were thinking of this as mx plus b, we're trying to get the slope. I'm going to use the slope formula, which they also don't give you. So just picking 2 values, we have 2. After 2 miles, we've gone 110. After 2.5 miles, we've gone 135. So when we put these values in, I'll just do this over here. 135 minus 110 over 2.5 minus 2 is just going to be 25 over a half, which will be 50 miles per hour, which sounds pretty reasonable. Okay, now we're going on to circles. They do not give you the circle formula. There's about 8 formulas that they do not give you on the test, which is a little unfair. This is the circle on the coordinate plane formula, where HK is the center. R is obviously radius. So we're going to start with x squared minus 8x. We have to complete the square, so we're going to divide that by 2. Because if we FOIL x minus 4, we'll get x squared minus 8x. Let's just do that. So that'll give us x squared minus 8x plus 16. And since we had 16 to this side, we'll have to add 16 to this side eventually. Same thing with the next section. We have to divide this by 2, so we'll have y minus 5 squared, which would give us y squared minus 10y, which is what we need, plus 25. So if we add 25 to this side, we have to add 25 to this side. That will nicely give us an 81 is r squared, and so r would be a 9. Again, they don't give you that formula or the vertex formula. We go to over all of that in our program. The next one, so you'll have paper, pencil, packets to work with us and ask us questions and so forth. You'll have a friendly, structured approach. So we want the solutions to this. So we're probably going to use the quadratic formula, which is another formula they don't give you. Okay, so our A is 1, our B is a negative 6, and our C is 7. So when it's the sum of the solutions, we have a plus and a minus here. So I like to give you a few strategies to shorten your work, because we'll have minus b, which will be plus 6 over 2. So one solution will be 3 plus all this under the radical. And then we'll have the other solution, which will be 3 minus all of this under the radical. So these would be additive inverses. You don't even have to worry about them. 3 plus 3 is just 6. So again, when they ask you for the sum, you don't necessarily have to do the part that's under the radical. Okay, number 20. So we want to convert this. So this, when it's nothing there, it's understood it's a square root. So this will be x to the 3 halves, a to the x to the a to the 3 halves. Oh, we have 3 halves times a. 2 equals x to the 6. And in our exponent lesson, we explained to you that when you have the same base, you can set the exponents. This is the hardest one, obviously. You can set the exponents equal to each other, multiplying by the reciprocal. Again, with a calculator available, but it's not so bad. A is 4. And we have completed the no calculator section. Like I said, our program goes into a lot more practice and all the content you need. So let's go on to the calculator section. These are the formulas they are kind enough to give you, but they do not give you a number of them. Circle on the coordinate plane, vertex formula, quadratic formula, and we'll tell you all the formulas you need to know for the test. So number 1 is a simple ratio. I always like to set up my ratios like this, even on an easy one like this. I think we're going to get a harder one later. 6 hours for 1 mile. We want to go 5m miles. How long will that take? 30 for 5 times m. Number 2. Okay, this one, again, we can fly like an eagle above the problem. We're trying to get 6x plus 12. So if you've trained yourself to look at the prompt, what do we have to do to multiply by 2x to get 6x? We're going to multiply times 3. The same thing with the 4. So 100 times 3 will give us 300. And that's the fastest way to do this because we want you to have time in the end for the harder questions. Okay, another proportion. So we have furlongs to meters. So we have 1 furlong is 201 meters. We want 8 furlongs. We don't know. We just have to cross multiply. And this is the beauty of locking in on this, putting a little label here, because you will never make a mistake because they spend a lot of time concocting the wrong answers, trying to anticipate the mistake you will make. So here we have the fish in a population. We want it 16 months after January 2015. 16 months, if we go to there, it looks about between 14,000 and 16,000. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Okay, pretty easy geometry question. We want AB, which is 20, to BC, which is 5. Pretty easy. That will be answer choice B. Moving on to 6. So we have all the numbers from 1 to 20. We want the multiples of 3. Well, if we put 3 times 1 is 1, 3, 2 times 2 is 6. If we write the multiples of 3 out and stop at 20, we really want a part to the whole for this ratio. So we will have 6 of these to a total of 20 for our whole, which is answer choice C. Okay, 7. Well, you know from even 6th grade, the range is the largest number, which looks like here. And then the smallest number, which is 10,047. We could use a calculator, and so the answer is C.
Yeah, 96 or 96D.
D. So you could use a calculator, or just, it's not that bad. Okay, number 8. The relative year of yield of corn expresses a percent, and soil pH were recorded for 5 samples, so it reached a maximum at 6.8. Well, 6.8 would be in here. There's no maximum there. 6.8 is not a max there. 6.8, this is a distinct possibility. 6.8 is not a max here. And then it says then it decreases, so C is our answer for that one. Okay, the next one we're comparing, we want an exponential function, so it's going to decrease by a factor. If it's a linear equation, we would just add the same number each time. This would be linear, this would be linear. This would be by a factor of 8%, but it's decreasing, and so this would be answer choice D. So number 10, you probably did a lot of box and whisker plots. We go over this in our statistics lesson, so you do not need a course in statistics. You have to have a general idea of standard deviation and how to do a missing term average problem. A couple things, margin of error, which we go over in our course. But here, you can sort of tell this is our median, which will be about at 42. Not so bad. The Common Core is supposed to, okay, so another thing like this one, the solution to the given system of is AB. We want to get 3A plus 3B. So always look at the prompt, train yourself to do that, because we don't have to take a long time solving individually for A and B. We can do this in 5 seconds. Here we would get 3A plus 3B. We just add 17 and 19 and we would get 36. Thank you, College Board. So there are a number of strategies we like to incorporate so that you have time for the harder questions. So this one, see, the sine of A is 3 over 5, so we'll do SOHCAHTOA, which is opposite over the hypotenuse. So 3 over 5, so the cosine of B will also be 3 over 5. And in the one I did, they don't expect you to know all the trigonometry identities. The one that it's helpful to know is that the sine of theta is equal to the cosine of 90 minus theta. And so we'll go over that in the program, but you can sort of see, knowing that would be a little plus, but you could always just take time and draw the triangle. Okay, lots of slope questions on the test. So what we first have to do here is find our slope, which would be 6 minus 2 over 2 minus 0. So our slope is 2. And we can sort of see the y-intercept is right there. And so the answer for this one would be C. Okay, we're sort of going along at a good clip. We have 30 members in the Wyoming State Senate. We have to have more than half of the 30 senators. So we have to have the Democrats and the Republicans to be they can't be equal to, they have to be more, which occurs in answer choice A. Okay, 15, one solution. Now, one thing we go over in the program is you have to test the discriminant. Which is b squared minus 4ac. If it's equal to 0, there's one solution. If it's negative, there are no solutions. It doesn't touch anywhere. And if it's positive, there are 2 solutions. So let's see what we have here. A is 1, B is 2, and C we're trying to find. So we know we want one solution, so we want this equal to 0. So we want b squared minus 4a is 1c equal to 0. 4 minus 4c equals 0. We can add 4c to both sides. C is 1. Answer choice C is correct. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. All right, we're going over some possible lanes in a monorail system. We want to get the relationship. So let's first calculate a slope. And see where that leads us. I'm just going to use the first 2 numbers. So that'll be 810 minus 405 all over 10 minus 5, which is 5. And we obviously you'd have a calculator, so you'd be doing this much more quickly than I am. So the slope is 81, and we don't even have to find the b, because that's the only slope that's 81. 17, we have a linear equation. So we can try to draw a line of best fit.
I got a pretty good one if you want it.
For 17?
Surprisingly, I drew a line and it came out really good if you want my points.
Well, I'm just going to draw the line.
Yeah, I hit that point. And yeah.
Okay, so anyway,
Looks pretty good.
yeah, so we know that the y-intercept is somewhere in the 20s. It's not in the 18s. We also know we have a negative slope. So I'm going to try to pick a point on my line of best fit. I'm going to use, I don't know what Jim used, but I'm going to use 26 is about, let's see, about 16-ish. They know you can't get it this perfectly. And then also, I'm going to do 14, 20, just ballpark, which is pretty much on my line. So then I'm just going to use the slope formula. Oh, this was 10, 20, I guess I used.
I thought you used 14, 20.
Yes, I used 14, 20. Whoops.
You get 4 over negative 12.
Yeah. Which is going to be negative 1/3, negative 0.333, which is close. So they know we can't read it absolutely accurate from the graph. Okay, if you get a hard, notice that there are 2 questions that rely on this information. So if you get a large word problem, it's probably going to be a slope or a system. So let's set up 2 equations. First, we know that the hardback books plus the paperback books, there are 200 of them. And then we can look at a money equation. The hardcore books cost 14 each. The paperback books cost 10. And so we know that the revenue from these will be somewhere between here. And I'm just going to pick 20.
Difference, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to go for the mean. Why do the left thing and then the right thing? It's too much time.
They're trying to make it just time.
Yeah, they want you to go down a rabbit trail of time. So now, since I'm trying to find the hardcover books, I'll just multiply this equation by a minus 10. And so these, those are additive inverses. We'll have 4 hardback books are approximately
So negative 2,000 plus 2,300, so just 300?
yeah. And so we're dividing by 4. And so the hardback books here, I got 70 something dollars, but we want the closest to it, so because we know we're working within an interval, so it could be 80.
Yeah, it's 75 if you split the difference.
Yeah.
So you guys are close enough.
Yeah, it's close enough. So now we're on to 19. Remember, if you get down here and you don't know what you're referring to, it's back up to that same reference point at the top of the page. So the paperback books start at $10, and then notice that they go up 50 cents a year. Each year, which is our T, so that will be answer choice C. We've been really going along at a clip. Okay, line M is defined by this. We have a line parallel to it, so it has to have the same slope. We're going to put our X in that's 4, and our Y value is going to be a -3. adding 3 to both sides. Here we'll get a b that's 0, and so that occurs in B. Not so bad. Okay, we're moving on to a triangle problem. Which of the following additional measurements in the triangle will give us enough information to determine AB? Well, if we had AC, if we knew what that was, if that was a definitive value, well, sure we could do it because we could use the Pythagorean theorem. If we had the measure of ABC, sure we could do it because we could use sine or cosine, probably sine at this point. So we could use either 1 or 2. And we're going to go over the geometry in our lesson, in our program, in 2 packets. So we cover everything in 9 math packets. So going on to 22, we want to get the shaded area. Obviously, since it's a bold line here, y is less than or equal to 7, which we have. Then this is our line, 2x plus 1. We want it to be greater than and equal to, because the line is also darkened. It's not a dashed line. A dashed line would just include greater than. So we want answer choice B. But we're doing this in a faster clip than the reading took. Okay, on to a median question. Now, we first have to we're going to add a book that has 62 pages. How is everything going to be affected? Well, I don't know as though you have to write these all out. That would be another rabbit trail. We can sort of see that the median would be 5.
There's enough frequency in the middle that you think that it wouldn't change that much?
Yeah, it's not going to change that much off of the 50. But this one value here is going to tip the scale on the mean. So the mean will increase, but the median will stay the same. Okay, now we're on 24. Okay, a recipe requires F cups of flour. Arnold accidentally used 50% more flour than the recipe required. So we have 50%. We're going to drop the percent and move a 2 over. So we're going to add 0.5F to what we already have, which is a 1F. So our total flour will be 1.5F. And again, we go over percents and ratios because you probably haven't focused on them since about 6th grade. The table shows the distribution of objects in a collection by shape and color. A triangle is selected at random, so we're only going to focus on the triangle part. So notice we have a total of 12 triangles. We want to get a red one, so we want red to the total, which will just be 5 over 12. Okay, moving on to 26. Okay, this is getting yourself familiar with an exponential function. So this is how many students we start with. This is our rate. And if we weren't decreasing it by anything, it would be 1.00. But we're decreasing it by 5%. Drop the percent, move it 2 over. So we want the total number of minutes it's going to take. So we know what we're doing here is we're decreasing by 5. So we'll have 95 for the time to the x power 27. Okay, we're testing zeros and polynomials. So we have 0 at 1, which in the polynomial expression will be an x minus 1 because x minus 1 is 0. Yeah, so x would normally equal a 1. but in our polynomial it's represented as x minus 1. Our other 0 is at a minus 3. So that was going to be a plus 3 here, because then we would set x plus 3 equal to 0, and we get the minus 3 we need. So this one would be A. 28. The school club is paying $315 for recycling 6 pounds of aluminum cans, pounds of aluminum cans and tons of paper. So this is our expression. What would the 60p be? Well, P is just going to be the amount in dollars for each ton of paper. So we don't want that one. We want the total amount in dollars that we're getting for all the P pounds that are recycled. So the 60p would be all the amount in dollars paid for the P tons of paper. Okay, we want the sum of the solutions to the given equation. So we can take the square root of both sides. That'll be absolute value. So x could be obviously a 12, but we need the other solution, which would be a negative 6, because a negative 6 minus 3 is 9. And so we want the sum of these solutions, which would be 6. Okay, here we have 3 data points. We're trying to see the relationships. And you can probably count these. That's what I did when I did this one. And you can sort of see that here, the median is 5.
That's what I got.
Yeah. For data set B, it's also 5. And for data set C, it's also 5. So they're all equal. And it doesn't take that long to count the number going this way and this way to arrive at your median. Again, time is money on this test. That's why we don't want you to look at this information, but be totally familiar with it. Okay, so we have a side ABCD, square, and it's twice the side of EFGH. So this square is 9. So if x squared is 9, x is to be 3. Okay, here the side is twice 3, so it's 6. So the area of square EFGH would be 36. Okay, 32 just requires that you read carefully, because we know the answer is either going to be 5 or 6, depending on what they're asking us. So we have 11 data points with a line of best fit. For how many of the data points does the line of best fit predict a y value that is less than the actual x value? The y value, sorry. So it predicts less for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so that's what we would write. Just get to read carefully there. Okay, this has been on the last few tests. A quick way to do this, we have no solution, so we have to have parallel lines. So if we have no solution, let's just put in the same slope. So if C is 1/4, we will have no solution, and that's the easiest way to do that one. What number is 1% greater than 7,000? Well, you could drop the percent, move it 2 over, but then you have to add the 0.11 in front of it. And so putting this in your calculator will not be too bad. You don't want to get, you want to add it. You want to add the 70 and not make the mistake of just putting in 70. Okay, here we're in a liquid mixture. If the volume of component B in the liquid mixture is 1 milliliter, so B is 25% of the mixture. So we can say 25%, which is a fourth of the total, will be 1 milliliter. What's the total volume? We just can multiply by 4 over 1. And so the total volume would be 4. Not so bad. The second problem usually is a little bit more involved, but not so bad here. So what we're doing is now we're dealing with 9 milliliters of the liquid. But we want component C, which is 20% or 1/5. So we want 1/5 of 9. And we're only going to get 9% of the original volume. So we could put this 0.2 times 9 times 0.90, and you should get 1.62. And you have to carry it out all 3 places to get the points. The last 2. Okay. Now, in our program, we always give you examples. There's 2 doors into a math problem. You could use the math teacher door or strategy door. Okay, so here we know if we multiply these 2 functions, we're going to get this value. But let's look at the prompt. We want to get b. So we want to multiply x squared plus bx times 3x squared minus 9x. And we will get 3x to the 4th minus 8x cubed.
I think it's 9x cubed.
Well, I'm just going to the answer that it's equal to.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Okay. So now we're only focused on the b. Do you see we're only focused on the component before the x? So we don't really have to worry about the 3x to the 4th. We just have to worry about multiplying these last terms. So bx times a minus 9x is going to equal whatever's before the x here. So that this will be b is minus 9. This is bx times x times, sorry, it's late at night where we are here, minus 9x. So we'll get minus 9x squared equals minus 3x squared, dividing by a minus 3. For our b would then be 3, 1/3. Okay. I do that right? I think so.
I think you did. I think you just forgot to put b. Maybe it should be.
Oh,
it should be negative 9bx squared equals negative 3x squared. X
yes.
squared go away.
Yeah, the x squared.
I think you just lost that b. Somewhere.
Yeah, so b is going to be minus 3 over minus 9, which is 1/3. Our strategy door for this one, if you're a math savant, this is the easiest way. But if you're not, you could pick a number. I tried it. I just put in x was 2, found this value and this value, multiplied them, and I came up with the same answer, 1/3. And the last question, so we have a mirror. It has a width that's 3 and a length that's 5. Okay, and so the total value of the mirror with the border would be 35. Now, using the strategy, we could do 3 plus 2x times 5 plus 2x equals 35. And so flying like an eagle above the problem, you could maybe analyze and see that 2 values would multiply to give you 35. This could be 7 and this could be 5, and in that case x would be 1. But if you wanted to correctly go through the math, teacher door, you would multiply these, and so that would give us, if we multiply these, we get 15 plus 6x plus 10x plus 4x squared equals 35. Okay, that would then give us 4x squared plus 16x. I would subtract the 15, so we'd be beginning here at minus 20. And then I could use the quadratic formula or just figure that the factoring this down, it would be 4x minus 4, x plus 5. Well, this is not a viable answer because negative 5, first of all, we can't grid in a negative, and secondly, distance is a negative, doesn't make any sense. So this is the answer we want. 4x minus 4 is 0. 4x equals 4, so x equals 1, like we had above here when we were sort of just trying to analyze the problem. So thank you for going through this review with us. We're putting it out on YouTube for anyone who would like to benefit from it, but we give a more structured approach in our class at EatonPrep.com. Just go there, send us an email, or register and just say, I want to do an online program in the comments section. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to sign us off.